Okay, good morning everybody. I'm having a few issues trying to get some of my screens up. I think it's because of the thing I did last time round. I did the past stream, so I can't put my starting soon screen up. Morning, yeah, how are you doing? Right, so let me just show you what we've been up to. So this is for this month's release for Patreon stuff. So I'm really pushing it to the wire this month because it's been a crazy month. I've had loads of commissions. Morning Bonker, how you doing, matey? And also the what do we call it? Kids. Kids have been off school. So we've had summer holiday. We've had like loads of like play dates going on. We've had like days out here and there, and yeah, it's been tough trying to find the time to actually get work done. And then at the moment, I don't know what's going on, but sales are down across all the platforms, even with the My Manufacturer Summer Sale. Subs are down, so I've basically had to prioritise getting some paid commissions out through the door to get all the bills paid and stuff like that. So it's pretty crappy times at the moment, if I'm honest. But I say all that's done now, and we're back onto some of this kind of stuff now. So we've got. Let me show you what we've got. So I'm doing some encounters for Descent into Avernus. So this is the Elturel stretch of the campaign, which is like chapter 2. So your characters end up going to Elturel, which is, spoiler alert here by the way, so I do apologise. You end up going into Elturel, which has been cast into hell essentially, and everyone in there is being terrorised by demons, devils, kind of undead and stuff like that. There's a little bit of everything going on. So I'm going through, there's a whole ton of encounters that are going to need models. So I'm doing this one here, which is 4 Gaston Little Girl. 4 Cloaked Gaston Little Girls. I've done all of these guys. These all happened off stream, so you haven't seen any of these being made. And what I'm doing now is it's a ghoul character who is a rogue. Was a rogue before they became like an undead carrion feeder. So I'm just tattooing up this rogue model. Well, I say rogue model. This ghoul model. Tattooing them up, and then we're going to go and do some posing on them, and then I've got to move on to the next one, because basically I've got these guys to get done, and then I've got after this guy's posed and finished, I'm going to move on to Mother with a Longbow. Oh yeah, she's got the big teddy. There she is. We've got somebody raised something interesting in the I can't remember who it was now. I think a brief discussion about it this morning on the Discord. You know, I was Joe mentioned it actually. He says, so is the little girl a victim, or is she bait? And I think that's down to your DM. So use them however you want. The minis are made for a specific purpose if you're going to follow the actual stuff straight out of the book. But there's no reason you couldn't pick these guys up and use them in your games for other stuff. So if you wanted to make it that, you know, she could be a young ghoul in disguise, you know what I mean? And or she could be the queen of the bloody ghouls, and she just happens to look like a little girl. You know, I don't think the idea of a big bad evil guy being a child would be a bad idea. A war bear, nice. Yeah, could do like a big werebear kind of character. That'd be quite cool. Called Teddy. But yeah, it's not on the cards now, unfortunately, for this set. I just need to get these guys finished up, because like I say, I'm up against it at the moment, trying to get these done for the end of the month, which is like tomorrow. Yeah, it's a polymorph spell, isn't it? Essentially, they can disguise themselves as whatever they want, but you know, some kind of shape-shifting spirit or something like that, or banshee or something would be quite good, wouldn't it? Noon wraith or something along those lines, or. This feels really kind of against the grain for me. This does, putting a ghoul in armour. Doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel thematically right, but. Which was nice and tattered. So how are you guys doing? How's your holidays going so far, Bunker? So yeah, so a little bit late starting stream today because we had been trying to get hold of Max, but he's been on holiday, so it's been a little bit hard to kind of like speak because understandably, when he's away on holiday with the kids and the wife, he's got to spend his time with the kids and the wife. And I know Hayley would be absolutely kicking my ass if I picked up the phone and started doing loads of work stuff while away on holiday. So we just had a little bit of a chat and a catch up on Crystal Collapse. So we've got the Kickstarter page is up there. It's not live yet, but it's up and it's populated. The lower left one, let me have a little look. Which one are we talking about? This dude here. Creepy as hell, isn't he? I think they're all creepy, to be honest. These two crouching ones proper creep me out. I mean, you wouldn't want to encounter any of them, would you, if you're honest? But oh, let's have a little look at your thing. Oh, they're badass. Do you know I owe Grace Long a little sculpt of a character that she designed. But that is cool actually. If you want one, I'll happily add it to my to-do list. I do try and do not recommendations. Try and do requests every so often. So. Yeah, no worries, no worries. That'd be a nice little Kickstarter model, actually. Although if I was basing it on my little willow, it'd have to be a rabbit instead of a bear. Oh, that's a brilliant idea actually. To do willow and hop. Pose-wise. Claire, Facebook, how are you doing? Hope you're keeping well, Claire. Excuse me, so me trying to drink coffee and failing. Drink coffee and talk, and it's making me choke. How do we want this ghoul to be posed? What should we do? Let's get sneaky, I reckon. It's a rogue after all. Oh, this is where I really shouldn't have bothered doing that. Oh, anything at all in terms of detailing the cloak. It's just me being a bloody idiot. I think you always need to remember with a cloak as well, or a hood. The hood is not going to turn at the base, so even though this looks a mess at the moment, it's more realistic than actually if I'd have moved the hood with the whole head. The shape of the hood will deform, but actually the anchor point of the hood down here should remain constant. Move his neck round. Where's my music gone? Keeps doing this to me lately, I don't know why. I don't know if it's running for you guys in the background because it's running off my desktop. It's not actually coming out of my speakers. My speakers seem to just deactivate randomly here and there. And I have to go back onto my desktop and just move I think it could be the sound card glitching or something. But Adam, good morning, matey Ola. How you doing? On YouTube, mate. You sat there overindulging in YouTube shorts, dude. I need to just double check something on the actual story for this guy. Where you at? There we go. Yeah, that's what I wanted, mate. That's what I want. A bit of lo-fi, chill music background. I wasn't sure if it stopped for you guys though. It stopped for me. Oh, I think I have already, mate. I've put some of them on there, but yeah, the plan is I'll put a bunch of them on TikTok, and then I need to go and put them onto and he's going to put them onto YouTube as well. So I've done, God bloody hell, the other day I sat down, I've done turntables of like every model I've got fully painted, finished. So it's not just 2 or 3 of them, there's about 30, 40. There's loads, but yeah, they're all going to go up on there, dude. So my channel's going to get like spammed out with shorts, but I don't want to kind of dump them all in one big chunk. I'm going to kind of like drip feed them in. Or at least that was my plan. So, right, let me just find this Elturel bit. Chapter 2, Elturel has fallen. Right. What do you reckon, Bunker? Do you think it'll do me any harm to kind of like spam them all in one go, or do you reckon I'm better drip feeding? I don't know if you know, but you probably know more than I do. Ah, stressed, mate. If I'm honest, a bit stressed. I say I'm very acutely aware that I'm running out of time. But I'm in a weird position at the moment as well, where I need to spend time putting out the content for the Patreon and tribes and stuff like that, but actually the subscriber numbers don't justify the amount of time I need to spend on it to do them. I need the subs to jump up, basically. Oh no, mate, what's up? So Adam, if you're doing big heavy terrain, you'll probably want to use some anchor supports. So I don't support a lot of terrain myself, to be honest, so it's a little bit of a tricky one for me. If I apply the same kind of theory as I would to doing like large bases and stuff, then it'll probably work alright, but you're probably going to need to add some like proper heavy anchors to keep it in place periodically around the base. For the most part, you want to stick to like 0.24 tips and kind of have small clusters of them quite close together. But if it's a very big piece, if it's pulling off the supports, or it's causing the supports to bend or whatever, then you probably want to get some like really thick, like 2 mil wide diameter supports going up to a kind of a 1 mil tip. And that should give you a good sturdy anchor and hold everything in place. But you don't want them too regular, because they're going to be a bitch to remove. You're going to have to really kind of like, you're going to have to snip them off with snippers and then grind them down. But if they're on the underside of the model, then it's not too bad. You want to avoid them being on any visible faces though. So maybe try auto supports in the first instance for the scenery and see what it comes up with, and then go through and just drop some of these anchors in. But if it's hollowed stuff, you're going to have to be careful, because the hollowing creates vacuums, and the vacuums will, if you'll excuse them phrasing, they'll suck the model off the build plate. Stop laughing, stop being filthy. They'll create a suction force that will literally just tear the model straight off the plate. So you need to make sure you've got vent holes at the points where the suction is. Yeah, if he jumps in, I'll ask him and see what he thinks. But I mean, I think, to be honest, once it's on there, once it's loaded, it's just there, isn't it? So that shouldn't be a drama. But it's trying to make sure there's like a regular feed of stuff. I need to do some of these bits of shorts, don't I, as well, and just do a few kind of like small snippets from the footage and stuff from the streams. Oh, I was looking at this guy, sorry. So So this is a ghoul leader. So it doesn't say anything about him basically. It's a ghoul leader wearing rogue armour, so. Well, they're not supplied pre-supported, but then I wouldn't necessarily expect it from them either, to be fair. I don't think he's necessarily looking for the quality of the product. Could be wrong. They might change, but. Yeah, dude, just because somebody does something a lot, don't assume that they're doing it well. Doing it well takes a lot of time and effort and patience and test prints. And I know not everybody does. I'm not saying they do or they don't, because I don't know. But it's very easy to not to put something out pre-supported without having done any test prints on it. So I think just because something is pre-supported don't necessarily mean, or don't assume that it's, you know, it's good, unless you get it from me, in which case you know I'm doing that. You know, blow my own trumpet and all that, but you'll only get good quality from me. But I was talking to somebody about it the other day. The reason, it might be you actually, isn't it? The reason you'll get good quality from me is because I print my stuff because I supply I supply printed models to customers, and when I'm printing, I don't want to have to do loads of extra cleanup and stuff on the models. I want it to be a quick and easy process so I can get back to sculpting. So actually, having loads of like models to print is great, as long as I haven't got to do any excessive cleanup on them. So they're all designed to minimise cleanup. You know, they need to print well because I don't want all the fails. They need to clean up well, so that, you know, again, it frees up my time and it means I haven't got to spend ages sitting there with a scalpel nicking off support nibs and things like that. And it's got to leave the end model looking awesome. If it's just one model, mate, that you're doing for yourself, then just try sinking it in a bowl of warm water, like not warm water, hot water from the tap. Don't use kettle. Hot water from the tap. Sink it in there for 5 minutes or whatever it is before you try and remove the supports, and that might make removing them a bit easier. But that sounds like it's a little bit. If they're using those big, fat, hefty supports all over it, that sounds a little bit excessive, and it's probably a case of they're erring on the side of caution, trying to make sure that it will print rather than trying to make sure it prints effectively or efficiently. Have you seen pictures of it printed yet? Have you seen it, like, from them? Have they published pictures of it actually physically printed? Yeah, warm water's a go-to if you've got a model that's a pig to de-sprue and you can't get all of the supports off it and whatever else, you can always go and use your the hot water trick. Yeah, see if they haven't sent and this is me shooting myself in the foot now. If they haven't put photographs of the models printed on their webpage or on the site anywhere, there's a good chance that they haven't done it, because generally speaking, if you've got a team around you who can produce stuff and create products and stuff, you're not just me on my own. And I know they have, because the guy who runs it is not the sculptor. He's only there to do the management side of things. So they could absolutely put photographs up if they'd actually printed them and done them. And as I say this, I realise I don't do that. I don't put photographs of the printer models up, and I probably should. But the reason I don't do it is because, stupidly, I get the models off the print. I don't have time for it for a start. Just trying to find time to do these kind of things is tough. But I tend to get the models printed, I base them, and then I end up spray painting them black, ready for painting. And black models do not photograph very well, so I could snapshot them. I need to get into the habit of photographing them before they're primed. And too often, like all my bandits are all sat on the table to the left of me on my painting table. Along with the Minotaurs, the Narzugon, Hellhounds. Who else we got on the table there? The Gibbering Bandits from last month. Lolly the Holophant. Like all of these models I've got here, they're all just sprayed black. So they obviously don't photograph particularly well at that point. And I don't like doing the white spray, the zenithal highlights. I end up doing them anyway, but what I find is my airbrushing technique is bloody awful, and they look bad when they've been zenithed. Even though I'm using ink, it comes out all spattery, and I can't get the airbrush to go smooth. I need some like one-to-one airbrushing lessons. Really, is what I need to make sure I know what the hell I'm doing. Because frankly, I don't. Dude into silo mode. Solo? Solo. What are you talking about? Do you know what? I should actually. I should ask for help. The problem is this is me just being crap at this. The problem I have is I'll do that. Everybody will send me all the stuff, and then I'm still not going to have time to end up collating them all and actually using them. So I'm just going to end up everybody sending me photos, and then I'll just do nothing with them. And it's a time thing. Do you know what I mean? That's the difficulty I have. That's just like I'm complaining and bitching now, doesn't it? It's a constant headache, to be honest. Trying to find time to do all this stuff you need to do when you run a business and you're doing it yourself. And I know I've got Hayley helping me, but there's a limit to the things that she's able to do. Like she's not she's good at helping with like the admin type things, but she's not really kind of creatively driven. And then with those kind of things, because she doesn't really know how to do like the photography on things, I've learnt a lot about miniature photography recently. With the help of my mate Elia I really hope I pronounced your name, Elia from Dead Miniatures. He's done some cracking collaborative stuff with me on Instagram. Really nice paint jobs. And give me a bit of feedback and help with trying to get my photography better. So very much appreciated. Oh yeah, I get that all the time. People do post the stuff on my My Mini Factory page, but I want them on my website as well. So what I have to do on My Mini Factory, then I have to go and accept the images. So when you submit them like that, I have to then go in and accept that those are Elston, good morning, matey. Thank you very much. Yeah, saying I need to go through and like take those the user submitted images and basically put them on as product images. I have to accept them and kind of promote them, if that makes sense, on the product page, which I tend to do when I get the notifications. But obviously it's you have arrived indeed, Elston. Elston, we got a question, mate. Bunker asked me something earlier. I've been putting a few reels up on Instagram and TikTok lately. I think I've converted at least one of them to a YouTube short, and I've basically made about 30 to 40 turntable videos of like various different models. And my plan was to just drip feed them in, and just like, you know, when I've got a few minutes here and there on any given day, I'll kind of post a new reel, post a new short or whatever. Do you think it would do any harm to spam them all on in one go, or am I better off drip feeding them in and doing, like, you know, intermittent releases and stuff? 'Cause I don't know if it's if there's like an algorithm thing with YouTube, or, you know, drip feed. Yeah, well, that was my fear, was that people won't see them all. Then, like, they'll see them if they go to my channel, but they won't necessarily be perpetuating around YouTube. They'll be just there and disappear. One minute and then gone the next. But that's it then, isn't it? Let's do that. Let's get this fucker's arms and hands and legs and feet all combined. So next encounter after this dude's finished is the mother with 2 twin boys. So Elston, have you got any more tips for YouTube for anything I need to be aware of if I'm going to be posting regular? Or if I want to post anything other than live, sorry. Oh, I got your order, by the way, mate. Thank you. I'll be getting that on at some point after the stream today. I just need the office to warm up a little bit before it's I can print today. Thumbnails are essential. Regular content is essential. Make it entertaining and interesting. Get other creators involved. Oh, this is sounding like work now, mate. Oh, I love you, Austin. When you say get other creators involved, what do you mean? Yeah, there is that, of course. Hey, AD, how you doing? What a day, what's up? Oh, just busy then. I thought something bad had happened. I mean, many meetings is bad, isn't it? But Right, Elston, stories then. Here's one. I've pondered this many times. So, if I'm going to do talking over a video, and I'm going to talk about what's going on, I'm not going to be using any AI voices because I bloody hate them. So it's going to be my dulcet brummy tones, kind of totally doing all the hard work. So if I do a video, we're just talking about making content for YouTube, because obviously at the moment 99.9% of everything I do, like in terms of content making, is live stuff. But I'm also recently I started making like a load of videos of like models I've made, like prints that I've painted, and I've done them as like reels on Instagram and TikTok videos and stuff like that. And then Bunker asked me, am I going to be putting them on YouTube as shorts? And I actually already have done one of them, but I can't remember which one. It might have been the Ifrit one. But we were talking about kind of like, you know, should I? So I've got like 30 or 40 of these reels that I've made on my phone. But obviously, when I do it, I need to edit out the background music that was playing when I was recording the videos. I need to edit out the whir of the motor, put a little audio soundtrack on there, find something that's appropriate and you know, uncopyrighted and whatever else, so I can actually use it. And then you know, put a little description on the video and all that kind of jazz. So it's not a 5 minute, it's not a long job, it's not a 5 minute job. And yeah, we're just talking about kind of how to make the most of it, really. So Elston's saying about Elston obviously makes a lot of YouTube clips. He does a lot of stuff on there. You know, man's a pro. Dude, I'll take any advice on there. But I want to know what I need to talk about when I'm on the stream, because basically, not on the stream, sorry, on the short, because do I do, you know, tips for sculpting? Do I talk about tips for painting? Do I talk about random shit that's nothing to do with any of that? You know, I don't know where. I don't know how I can best add value to that clip. If that makes sense. I mean, obviously, if I follow suit for a lot of YouTubers, I'm just going to stand there shouting and, you know, giving homeless people money or something like that. So, it's not how to do it. I'm comfortable with doing the video editing and stuff like that. I've got all the software for it. I've got what I need to do that. What I don't have is time, so I need to do something that's effective. And my concern, my concern is I'm either going to show people the videos of the sculpts, like this now, sped up, and do a little talk over on it. And then I've got to try and think about what I'm talking about. So do I talk about the content in the video at the time, or do I talk about random anecdotes from other stuff, or yeah, talk about it, you know, running a business and, like, you know, knowing your customers and all that kind of stuff. So the difficulty is just knowing what to do to add value. See, the problem is, Elston, right? If I take one of my models as a short, there's so many aspects to that one model that I'm going to end up kind of taking a sculpt that takes 6 hours, condensing it down, and even putting it at, like, you know, 10 times speed or 20 times speed or something like that, where you can't even see what's going on. It's going to end up still about 7 or 8 minutes long. And that's the tricky bit, isn't it? It's trying to kind of say what do we show and what do we not show. So I'm gonna have to kind of edit content, if you like, to make sure there's not showing everything. I suppose the thing I should do is, like, put a thing on the Discord, shouldn't I, and just say what do you want to see? What videos do you want me to make? Ask people first, I suppose. That's got to be the first port of call, hasn't it? I suppose. Yeah, actually, you know what, Adam, you're not wrong there, actually. But like this bit I'm doing now about the wraps, there's theory to this that I'm working on in my head. I'm not talking to you about it. Give me a sec, guys. I've just got Hayley calling. Let's go on mute in a minute. And I'm back. Right, let's see what everyone's saying. It's alright. Hayley's just going. Kids have just been to the dentist, and then they're looking at lunch, and she wanted to go and take them to McDonald's, or they wanted to go to McDonald's, and she weren't keen on taking them there. So they've decided they're going for a carvery at this place that does free kids eat free. So she's like, "Oh, do you want to come and join us?" I'm like, "No, in the middle of the stream, you go and have a nice big fat juicy carvery without me. It's fine." Right, let's have a look then. So yeah, I get what you mean, Alan. So yeah, so basically, like, talk over what I'm doing here and why I'm doing bits and the theory behind it, maybe. But I mean, that's short form content, but it's not shorts, is it? So shorts are like, what, a minute long or something like that? Is it 1 to 3 minutes for a short usually? Ish. Yeah, I mean that's something we haven't actually talked about, isn't it? Is what's the purpose of the shorts? You don't just want to make content for the sake of making content, do you? Awesome, AD. Have fun. Hello, Kev. How are you doing, darling? Also, I missed a comment of yours earlier. I'm just going to go back up to that. So, no, just 3 to 5 seconds for the first step, 3 to 5 of a step 5 minutes ahead, and so on. Yeah, people are browsing and they're just looking at a couple of minutes of time killing while they're on the toilet, aren't they? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. An advert for the thing, so. Yeah, mate. I'll tell you what. If you're about this evening or any other evening this week, let us know when you're free, and I'll get my arse down the office for a chinwag. We can have a catch up. Bunker, are the shout outs not working out for you? Or are they? Yeah, it's not a command. I have to do that one. Oh, first affiliate stream, Kev. Very good, matey, very good. Give him a follow, people, if you're watching. Mr. Kev at the Hobby Corner. On the road. You're rich now. 17 pence from that one stream, was it? I don't think I ever make any money on Twitch, I don't. Oh, cheers, Bunker. Is that money? Is it? Cheers, mate. I feel successful now. Adam's on YouTube. He's put this is Adam at Pagan Miniatures. He's put I don't use Twitch. It's for people that watch anime porn. I think you're using Twitch wrong, Adam. Dodge doesn't want to be one of the cool kids. He's an old man now, mate. That's the problem. Marty! We didn't have none of this Twitch nonsense. They are, mate, yeah. Yeah, Kevin Elston are both here on Twitch. But Elston primarily YouTubes, mate. Adam, you going to be travelling down for Chilcon? Riz, how are you doing, matey? Konbanwa, what's that mean then? I know konnichiwa. I think I said it wrong. In fact, you know what? Just out of curiosity, I just want to check my actual Twitch page and see if I can see the dashboard and stuff. Because I haven't even looked at it in ages now. I don't even know how many followers I've got on Twitch. Create a dashboard, is it? Oh my god, I've made $10.61 on Twitch. $10? Oh, actually, do you know what? They might owe me some money here. Do you have to request the money, or do they pay it out automatically? Good evening. Right, cheers, Riz. Yeah, apparently I've generated all this revenue, but they've never paid me out anything. I don't think so. I seem to be averaging about $6 or $7 a month. Well, $10 this month then. Well, the last 30 days. Oh, Oh, here's the kicker. Path to partner. So 30-day performance. I need to stream for 25 hours. I've done 26.96. That's fine. I'm over there. Stream on 12 different days. I'm under on that one. I've only done 5 this last 30 days. Average of 75 viewers. My average is 3.32. Yeah, Friday will be fine, mate. Just let me know. Just let me know when you're free, mate. Just ping me a text message. Or a WhatsApp or whatever. Achievements, what have we got? Path to affiliate complete, build a community complete, it begins complete. People who know me have 100 viewers at the same time. I've got 97. I've got 3 off on that one. Stream for 500 hours total, 417 I've done. Oh, add 5 channels to your suggested channel list. I've done 4. I need to just add 1 more there. That's another one, isn't it? There you go. You see what I see. Who watches the watchers? So I've never actually achieved 15 average viewers. You got that one, didn't you, Bunker? $250. Oh, I've had 2,000 hours of viewing on my channel so far. It feels a lot, but when they're asking me to get 250,000, that's a bloody long way off, isn't it? Oh, I've done the 3 average viewers on. Well, I've just got to get the 15 average viewers. Where do I see how many followers I've got? I don't even know. Can I see it anywhere? There you go. Earnings 1061. I don't think they've ever done payouts for me. Oh, look at that. I've got $45 in my payouts. I've got to wait till it gets to 50 before they pay. Oh, you bastards. Accidentally, yeah. Accidentally on purpose. I was watching some TikTok videos the other day because obviously because I started posting on there again. I started looking and seeing what people are actually doing on it. And a mate of mine, Brian, he does these really cool like backpacks and stuff for like outdoorsing. It's proper, you know. He used to be my gardener when I did facilities management. He was like the head gardener who used to come round and keep on top of all my landscaping. And he's gone off and set up his own business about the same time as I went full time doing sculpting actually. And he's a miniatures fan. He sends me photos of him. He was trying to buy a bloody 3D printer when he was to take with him when he was travelling around. I think it was Scandinavia. He was in a camper van. I was like, dude, don't try and do that. You need to have like 26-degree temperatures and stuff. You're in Scandinavia and there's snow around you. Then it's going to be a little bit kind of hard work trying to print inside a camper van. So it was, he staved off. He hasn't bought one yet. He's looking at them again now, and he's just set up a unit. And what's that? Fake English. I didn't vote for Brexit. I didn't vote at all. Brexit was one of those where, like, for me, I'm not gonna say I was on the fence. I was totally undecided because all I could see was that both sides of the argument didn't make any sense. Like, both sides of the argument seem to be consisting of trying to slag off the other argument, without anybody actually presenting what I considered to be fact. And I was like, well, I don't know one way. I can kind of see pros and cons for both sides of things, but I'm not informed enough on it either way to actually cast a vote. See, I didn't actually vote for Brexit. Yeah, in retrospect, it was an absolute stupid decision to do. Should never have been allowed to go through. But yeah, I don't think they fought for it properly either. But I think if they'd have gone in strong with the negotiations, I think we'd have come out in a much better position than we did. I mean, retrospectively, Brexit's I think the worst thing we've done in a long time. Because all it's served to do is have the EU basically make an example of us to stop anybody else trying to leave and follow suit. They don't want to make it easy for anybody, so they've gone, right, we're going to really we're going to cripple you with every bit of every ounce of our strength and effort. We're going to destroy you, and that way, let that be a lesson. Stop anybody else getting any of these delusions of grandeur and ideas that they can make it on their own. But it's the same as like American politics, isn't it? We've never really had that here in the UK, as far as I've seen. Like, you see American politics, and it's crazy. It's like, the closest we get to like American politics here is like football. People who are football fans. You're on the wrong team, then you're my enemy, kind of thing. But I've never really seen that politically until Brexit. Yeah, Adam says Brody remain as he suspected you would behave the way they did. So, and to be honest, it was actually quite like, in retrospect now, it's quite a foreseeable way for them to have behaved. They didn't want us to go in the first place. They're clearly not going to make it easy for us to go. They were never going to let us have all of like the trade deals and all that kind of stuff that we thought we were going to get. Or we were told we were going to get, rather. So whether we thought we were going to get them or not, I think politicians have just got this knack of spouting falsehoods, haven't they, to try and get people on side. Seems to be the primary objective of any politician, really. Can't trust them. Too true, Alston. But I do an Ask Me Anything policy, mate, so if it crops up, we're going to talk about it. But you're right, I ain't paid enough to do this shit, so... Right, I'm going to call this dude done, I think. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You find? Oh, you found it. Thank God for that. Elston, Patreon. What are you doing on Patreon, then, mate? I've tried that, mate. It's harder than you think. Like, guys, if you're already not subscribed to my Patreon channel, make sure you go to patreon.com/ltminis.com and give us a sub, and you'll get a load of free swag every month. I say free, you're paying $6.50 for it, but it's a bargain. Small and fuzzy. Small, maybe, mate. Oh, you've got a beard. Yeah, yes. I'll go with small and fuzzy as an adequate description of you, dude. Let's just just dynamesh this guy. Yeah, free swag that costs you, but relatively it's free, isn't it? It's like £6.50. It's not a lot of money, and the stuff you get in every month is worth an awful lot more than that. It's a weird one because like I'm trying to get people to sign up to my Patreon. Oh shit, Kev, yes. Do you know what? Message me when I'm done the stream, and I'll get it done. I'll get it over to you. I owe Josh one as well. Elston, would you like yours as well? So you can send it out to your followers. You can offer it as a freebie to them. Oh yeah, exactly. But the way I always look at it is like, and it's stupid because I'm doing myself out of money when I do it. But if I turn around to you and say, "Come on, guys, come and sign up," I'm always going to stand there and say, "Come and sign up for the Patreon. Come and join the tribe or whatever else. You know, come and sign up and subscribe," because it's regular income. It used to be regular income, but these days people don't stay subscribed for a long time. They're subscribed for the month they want the thing, and then they disappear, and then they come back when there's something else that they want. So you've got this. Like the subscriptions aren't reliable anymore as a kind of an ongoing source of income. You always get the the steadfast hardcore followers who will kind of stick by you no matter what. I appreciate all of those guys massively, and there is a good core there. First tier is called "Are You Lost?" I love it. But yeah, there's a good core of people there, but then everybody else kind of comes and goes, and then it's like it's really hard then to kind of build up any significant numbers. I mean, I was saying to Adam the other day, I want to kind of get my tribe or my Patreon up, so my subscription numbers are around about the 600 mark. We're currently down to around about 200 across both platforms, which is too low. It almost doesn't justify me actually sculpting content. I would be better off not bothering and just doing commission work, and I'd make more money that way. So it's a tricky one to try and balance. I want to do the stuff where I'm perpetuating my own content and I'm doing my own releases, but I can't do it off the basis of the subscriptions justify the work I'm putting in. So it was always a case of I need to try and get over the 600 subs mark, and unfortunately the last couple of years everything that's happened has just hit me and held me back, and it's kind of set me back and caused issues. And some of it's my bad decision making, and some of it is stuff we all know about that I don't really want to talk about on air again. But it's still trying to build back up off that and try and get back to that point where we're going, right, actually, do you know what, the subscriptions are giving us enough. We're talking about like Patreon and Tribes. So between the two subscription platforms. So the problem is like, and again, this is my mini factory's fault with that. So my mini factory told me my tier was too expensive, so I lowered my tier from $10 to like $8.50. And then my subscription numbers didn't rise. So what happened was my net income dropped. So it was like, they were like, "Oh, you're not growing enough because you're too expensive. Lower your price." And I was like, it goes against my instincts, but let's do it. I did it, and then there was no growth, and the numbers have dropped since. So yeah, I've got people up on the. Well, this is the thing, that the STL market is crap, basically. Like, people want to pay $1 a model, is what it comes down to, and they're not worth $1 a model. They're worth a lot more than that. The amount of time and the effort that I'm putting into these, none of these are $1 models, none of them. But they want that anyway. And what's happened is we've had this race to the bottom over the last couple of years. Oh shit, man! Power supply is going to set you back on that. Do you have to get a legit one, or can you use a like a standing that's like a compatible one? You've got to buy a Wacom one. That ain't gonna. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, what happened was we had. Yeah, exactly. So going back in time when I first started, back to 2019. There was me and about 40 other people on Patreon doing monthly releases, and it was fine. We were all doing quite well. People posted on the forums saying, got any recommendations for, a good Patreon to back, and a lot of the time, my name would be dropped into the discussions, and you'd see my Patreon being recommended, and it was always nice to see. I don't think I can't remember the last time I saw my Patreon recommended by anybody in a group now, because all anybody's actually offering, or all anybody's recommending, is things like loot and one-page rules and things like that, where they're releasing a ridiculous amount of stuff because all they're concerned about is the quantity. Hey, Rich, how we doing, matey? Hey, dude, that sucks, man. That proper sucks. So I say we go back to when I started. And like I say, what happened was we were in that position where we were kind of making all the stuff, and there was there was about 40 of us, and then when COVID happened and we got all locked down and everything, every man and his dog who had any inclination to making to making models kind of jumped on the bandwagon, and we went from, I think in the March we got locked down, and by the end of April there was like 180 people doing it. Yeah, no worries, Aidan. Yes, Rich, I'm literally just about to jump over now. We're going to start making a mum with her 2 kids. So this will be my next model. So where did I put that? I'm certain I'd loaded the modelling ready, but I must not have done. Ah, there they are. Sparky Face, how you doing? Yeah, and this is it. And we were basically told that you needed to, everybody's kind of going, oh, you need to offer what we want. And all of these people rock up, and they're kind of like, oh, you know, we want. There was 1 month when I released 45 miniatures for $6.50. 45 models I did, and I had somebody leave that month, and on the Patreon report, on the exit survey, they stated not enough value for money. It's like, what do you want? 45 models for $6.50. Do you know what I mean? And it's just ridiculous. But what do we call them now? Red Clay Studios. So Jesse's a mate of mine, and he's a sculptor. He's a very good sculptor, but he decided that he was going to go down the Loot Studios route and the Epic Games Studios route and whatever, and he was going to kind of commission a team of people to make stuff for him while he did the running and whatever else, and kind of set everything up. And the issue was, he was putting in something like $5,000 a month, into $5,000 a month into concept art, sculpting and whatever else. And his plan was, he was going to come in hitting hard, and join the ranks of like Loot Studios and Titan Forge and those kind of guys where they've got teams of people making stuff, and he was going to kind of go in and come in as a heavy hitter from day one, and it never happened. And even at their best month, they still lost money, so they never actually got to the $5,000 a month mark. And I think he did it for like 6 months or something like that, and ended up making a loss, and then ended up sacking off all his sculptors, and he now produces stuff that he sculpted himself, I believe. And the problem is, the arse has fallen out of the market. It's so difficult unless you've got a massive amount of. And we had there was a discussion with My Manufacturer, the whole industry, kind of the whole of My Manufacturer. They do they get the creators on to kind of have a little webinar kind of thing with them, and it's a bit of an open forum where you can discuss and chat with them. And they had the guy from oh god, what they're called now? I can't think what they're called now. They do a $1 tribe anyway. I want to say it's Winter something or other, or it's got like an icy feel about the name, whatever it. But yeah, these guys turned up, and they're the #1 tribe on My Manufacturer at the moment. And the problem is, these guys have rocked up, and they've bought I think it was something like, in 6 months they've spent $120,000 on advertising, and that's got them to the #1 spot, selling a $1 tier, with 8,000 subscribers. Now, I'm not being funny, right, but if I do the maths on that, it's $8,000 a month they're making on tribes, less fees and commissions, so call that 6,000. They make $6,000 on tribes. How long is it going to take them to make? And bear in mind, they're going to still be advertising, but how long is it going to take them to get those that $120,000 of advertising input back? And in the meantime, we got like people like myself. I haven't even got the money to put into advertising. Do you know what I mean? I'm having to kind of do it through social media and kind of like shouting from the top of my voice, top of my lungs about the stuff I'm making. And I don't have that. Which song? That was it. Yeah, it's not Ice, is it? I was thinking Winter Song or something like that. But yeah, yeah. Which Song miniatures, and they do one model a month. They make one model a month for $1, and I'm kind of sitting there thinking, well, I should do $1 a month for a thing, but to get to 8,000, they've spent $120,000 of advertising to get there. I ain't doing that. I ain't playing that game. This is bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand. I don't understand how it's a profitable venture for them. And they're not doing. They've got a big publishing house behind them who funded the advertising. Do you know what I mean? They're not a one-man band. This is a team of people with marketing teams and graphics teams and things like that from a publishing house. You know, an actual book publishing and whatever else. And it's just crazy, and it's like, why do people enter this arena and try and compete in the same kind of way when it's like, it's not even a bloody competition, is it? This is just me raging now, Jack. It pisses me off. It really does, because it's like, no matter what I put out every month now, people will look at it and go, that's not good value for money. Yeah, where's my dragon? I haven't got a dragon this month. It's not good value for money. It's like I ain't making dragons. Burn people. There's no burning. I want people. I want the market to stabilise. Is what I want. But yeah, I mean, paint things for me. Like, absolutely. But it's kind of like, it's one of these. So I've got. This is where I've got to, as in terms of like my view on the whole thing, is I don't think I'm gonna make any money out of STL files. Give it time. I don't think I'm going to make any money out of STL files in the long run. So the long term goal is to obviously be working on things like Crystal Collapse and get the game up for that. We've got a tabletop Mordheim-esque game we're working on as well, which is going to be kind of a thing which is going to allow you to use like all of our. She is at the moment, but she won't be longer term. So all of this stuff that I've got, which is you know, all the models I've made, they're going to be compatible and usable in the game. But we're going to be doing. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. We're going to be doing a like an actual game, aren't we? Do you know what I mean? So the game will perpetuate people to buy stuff. You want to hear about the Mordheim game? Yeah. So it's called Adillion. Well, it's not called. It's called Adventures in Adillion. So the premise of the game is we've got this kingdom, this planet called Adillion, and kind of several thousand years earlier, we've got this planet of dwarfs, high gravity planet, somewhere else in the universe, and their planet gets taken over by this parasite. This parasite is, if you ever played Parasite Eve, think similar to that. So Parasite comes and takes over this planet. It infests plant life, it infests animal life, turns things into kind of like primitive, cannibalistic, violent creatures, right? So everywhere becomes dangerous. So the dwarfs, they build a space station, a bit like Deep Space Nine or something like that from Star Trek, and they fire it up into orbit around their planet, and they systematically leave the surface and they go and live in this space station, and they watch their planet becoming more and more uninhabitable, more and more kind of like decimated by this virus, and they destroy the planet from space. Basically, they blow it up in an attempt to kind of just wipe out this parasite. So the parasite hits. The planet kind of blows. And their space station home that gets smashed by lumps of rock from the planet blowing, and gets cascaded off into, out of orbit. Well, there's nothing to orbit anymore, but it gets cascaded off through space. But the chunk of rocks that have hit it have kind of like led to this parasite clinging to the outside. So it's still kind of live, but in a kind of a dormant state. It's clinging to the outside of this space station. And over several hundred years, you've got generations of dwarfs kind of being, born in space and whatever, and they fly through and they end up crash landing onto this planet Adillion. And this planet is in like a kind of a medieval fantasy kind of state, like you would have like in like Warhammer, for example. So in that kind of state. What do you call it? The space station crashes through orbit, burns up, breaks up, smashes into the planet, leaves a massive, great big crater. And everybody comes to see what's going on, and they discover the dwarfs, and the dwarfs are kind of like they're new and they're welcomed, and they're kind of what's left of the dwarves. Obviously, a lot of them die in the crash, but the small population that's left, they kind of integrate into the into like the local towns and villages and cities and stuff. And they've got all this high technology, but they've got no means of powering it. So their power sources all come from their home planet, and they don't exist on the planet they've come to. So once the tech's run out and all the power sources are dead, or your batteries are dead and stuff like that, they've got no way of using them again. And then over years and years and years, or decades, centuries, whatever, the dwarves who know stuff die. The technology gets lost. So they've got these technological artifacts that can be modified to use like local sources of power, but no actual kind of like new stuff being made. So we've got a fantasy world with these occasional dwarven high-tech artifacts. I imagine them as squats rather than dwarves, if that makes it easier to kind of like figure out. So the the world gets kind of hang on, let me just grab the bow that I'll have to, because I'm sitting here showing you just a folder at the moment. Like, the dwarfs integrate into the society, and they realise that the parasite landed with them on the ship, and it starts infecting things in the crater as the epicentre of the infection. So they send armies in to try and like destroy these, to wipe out this, or not armies, but like they're sending like teams of people to try and like wipe out the virus, the parasite, and it doesn't work. And every time the parasite claims a victim, obviously it's building its own army, it's getting stronger and whatever, and it kind of like they're having to protect themselves from this parasite. And after several failed attempts to kind of destroy it, they resort to basically hewing a whole continent uninfected out of the ground, raising it into the air using these like gravitational engines. So the dwarfs help build the engines, and they use these soul crystals that are basically the soul crystals are made by the elves. The elves are custodians of like the life tree, and all spirits, all souls, once they've died, the elves' job is to move the souls back into the soul tree and be recycled and regenerated, reincarnated. But what they can do is they can hold them in these crystals, and they can use them for power sources. So you take something like I don't know, you want to make a flying machine, you need something that's got an air spirit. So like I don't know, pterodactyl, for example, would have an air spirit because it flies, right? So you take the spirit of a pterodactyl and you'd use that to make something that's a flying machine. If you want to make something that's like an oven, then you would need like a salamander or some kind of like fire spirit. So you have these different kind of like elements at play. But the level of power needed by these grav engines to levitate a continent is massive. So they have to use Therian spirits, and the Therians are like great beasts, like fantastic monsters, like Tiamat, Vamos, Leviathan. These huge, great, big, legendary creatures, and their souls are bound into these crystals, and they use them to raise the planet, raise the continent. So all of the remaining civilization runs off to this continent, and they live free of the parasite. So then we have these outrider patrols they're like sentinels who are charged with protecting the borders of the continent from anything that might be like any flying attacks or any kind of like parasite infestations that are coming up from the outside. So you've got like the perimeter patrol. So there's one element we're going to focus on the game. So we'll have the perimeter patrols on the continent of Telarius. Then we've got the like in-city fighting. So we'll have like guilds, we'll have gangs, we'll have factions and stuff like that. And this will be fighting up on the clean continent, and that'll just be like, imagine like a game of Warhammer Fantasy. So it'll be like that kind of skirmish type games. And then the final version, which is where we're going to focus on the Mordheim aspect of this. So you've got this entire lost world on the ground that's been parasitically overrun, and this is like thousands and thousands of years of kind of overgrowth and just time just eating it up and destroying everything basically. So we've got all of these ancient ruins of towns and cities that have been abandoned in a hurry. So you've got mages' vaults full of magical artifacts. You've got libraries full of spell books and kind of lost knowledge. We've got all of these kind of relics of the past are on the ground, including a lot of this dwarven technology that is kind of like, you know, still down there and can be modified and adapted using these soul crystals as power sources. So you've got all of this stuff is lost, and people can't get down there because it's too dodgy. Adam's just said, you know, you're describing the plot of the new Snow White film. Let's not go there, mate. So yeah, so there's no dwarfs in that. So yeah, so we've got you've got this environment on the ground which is hostile as hell, infested with stuff that's trying to kill you, whether it's plants or it's you know, cannibalistic, parasitically infected, you know, remnants of society from eons past, or their legacy at least. So you've got all of this kind of stuff happening on the ground, and then people up on the continent, they're kind of engaging. They don't want to go down there and risk their own lives, so they're going to go to the Adventurers Guild, who are people who are, you know, absolute maniacs who just thrive on adventure and want, you know, the riches that come with that. And they're going to send them down to the ground in airships and set them on these mad quests. And we'll have like you know, an elven soulsmiths, and soulsmiths are elves who they can take these soul crystals with the spirits in them, and they can infuse it into weapons and armour to give you kind of magical enchantments. And these guys, they make jewellery, they make all this other stuff. But you know, you'll have an elven soulsmith who he was alive when they left the continent. He had to abandon his family's, you know, his family's kind of like what's the word? You know, his ancestral forge, his ancestral soul forge. He's had to leave that behind. Cheers, Riz. He's had to leave that behind, and kind of he needs to get down there to recover his tools so he can carry on amp up his soul forging game. So we'll have like that kind of thing. So he will send you on a mission to go and recover his tools from his workshop and his, you know, his stuff that he needs. So there'll be a lot of those kinds of quests and those kind of things in there. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do the quests in the form of a fighting fantasy book. So there'll be certain objectives you'll have to achieve, and certain things that you can and cannot do. You do or you do not do, rather, not you can or cannot. So depending on whether you kill a character or you knock a character out or you befriend that character during the campaign games will dictate the kind of outcomes you'll get and the rewards you'll receive. Some of the missions in there will be straight out monster hunts, because the creatures on the ground are so ferocious and they're so vicious and they're so kind of hardcore that they're going to be seen as trophies. And one of the forms of entertainment we've got up on the continent in Telarius is going to be the arena. So they've got a combat arena, and they obviously want these, you know, these ferocious, hostile monsters to kind of provide entertainment. And they need them captured alive, which means that you then have to go down onto the ground and find these massive, great big, epic monsters, and not only defeat them, but also capture them alive to get your maximum reward. So, yeah, there's a lot of work's gone into this so far. We've got to the point where we're about to start playtesting it, but we've put it all on hold for now until we've got Crystal Collapse released. So Crystal Collapse will bring in, Max is going to be showcasing it at Essen in October, and then once it's been tabled at Essen, it's going to go up on Kickstarter then. So we're looking middle of October for the release of Crystal Collapse on Kickstarter, and then we're probably looking maybe about April time, where we'll be looking to bring this Mordheim type game to the table. And obviously all of the models I'm making here we're going to be incorporating into it. So there'll be the ghouls and the ghast, and there'll be the undead, there'll be you know, the bandits and things like that. All of the stuff I've made recently, everything out of my range, we're going to try and like reverse engineer back into it so you can use it in some way or another. And obviously we've got the devil legions and stuff, so we'll make sure they feature in there too. And now I need to find the longbow that I came in here for, that I've forgotten about. Because I got too busy chinwagging. Longbow. And I'll duplicate that and I'll get a quiver. Yes, Riz, I am a massive nerd, mate. It's just a fact. Cheers, man. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll turn out to be awesome. As I've put a lot of time and effort into kind of coming up with it and creating it. And I'm confident we can do it justice. But Mordheim and Necromunda were my two favourite kind of games ever, next to Warhammer Quest. So I want to try and get a little bit of all of them in it. Well, I thought they'd done Mordheim when they did the Cursed City, and obviously it turned out that wasn't the case. And I think they missed a trick there. I really do. Because the Cursed City just should have been Mordheim, shouldn't it? I mean, I don't know what. No, they're all fantasy, mate. They're So basically, we're going. It'll be like high fantasy with elements of. I don't even want to call it. I don't even want to call it steampunk because it's not steampunk. It'll be like magitech, like magic tech. So there'll be the stuff I'm doing now, but there'll be more characters with like, say guns for example will be a thing, but there'll be like magic rifles, mechs and war walkers and stuff will probably be in there. It's similar to kind of like War Machines kind of thing. So you'll have a fantasy feel about it, but there'll be a technology aspect of the game. So obviously we'll do the dwarfs, but the dwarfs won't be sci-fi. And the premise of what we're doing, so like every race and species. If you saw the Kingdom of Talaria stuff I did, you'll kind of know what we're talking about with the thing. But when I did the Kingdom of Talarius, that was part of this world, and the idea being that Talarius as a kingdom is a kind of a homogeneous mashup of all the different races and stuff that are kind of like living together. So there's a couple of dwarfs in there because they're rare. They're not there's not a huge number of dwarfs in the world. And then we've got the what do we call them now? Like the elves, the tieflings are called demonkin. There's all these different kind of all these different kind of races all living together, and they all live in one society, and there's no real kind of like racial identity between them. They've all homogenized into one, so there's not you don't see like like if you see something that's culturally Chinese, you would expect it. You'd see what you know what you'd like. You know what you'd see, sorry, stylistically. And you go, oh yeah, that's Chinese, but we're not going to have that kind of stuff in there. So everything's going to be, there'll be little hints of things coming through, but not in a kind of, cheers, Elston. Hey, Rosie, how you doing? Doing research, mate. What are you researching? And Elston's back as well. So yeah, so the visuals and stuff like that are we'll have like the magical technology, but we'll have this like fantasy type thing, and then there won't be any kind of necessarily any kind of like racial culture, because that's being kind of like wiped out and phased out with time. But when we go down onto the surface, you're going to start seeing it then. So the surface, actually, the cultures and the civilizations that existed before the exodus onto the floating continent, these guys, the cannibalistic ones, they've all kind of done it. They've all kind of maintained the original cultures. The guys who are living up on the continent in a kind of a closer proximity, they've kind of abandoned it, and they've lost it because of living together in close proximity for so long. Everything's kind of become blended together. So, New Tower in 10th edition. A college friend got in touch with me about a game session. Didn't know we had 40k. So it piqued your interest. Alright, nice. You're going to be going Tower then, are you, mate? You're blended. See, now I've just got Terry Crews in my head. If you haven't seen that film, you need to. It's brilliant. Right, here we go. I don't do this often. Let's do a head from scratch. Yeah, we're going to be expanding the Talarian army. So I mentioned in the stories for it that we've got like airships and stuff. So Sid, who's a dwarf in it, he's an engineer, dwarven engineer. He's head of the engineering corps for Talarius. So he's making all these kind of these airships using soul crystals from air elemental creatures. And then we've got Captain Abel, who's the dragoon, the lancer. And in the stories, the dragoons they're like drop infantry. So they'll come in on like a flying skiff kind of thing, as an airship, like a small, lightweight, fast airship, and then get over their enemies, and then like basically drop out of the sky onto them using their spears as skewers when they land. Oh, cheers, Rosie. I'll show you him again. We've got one more to add to the thing that I haven't put on there yet. Here he goes. Not a ghast, but he is a ghoul leader who used to be a rogue in life. So we've got him there, and we've got the ghasts, who are just creepy as hell. Let's get back to this, Mom. Riz, mate, at the moment it's all over the place. It should be Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays usually, but we're on summer holidays and the kids are off. So yesterday we had a bank holiday, and I totally forgot I was supposed to be streaming. And we ended up going out to a National Trust place down by Worcester called Croom Court, which is quite nice. Quite a nice place. It's the old site of RAF Defford, I believe. There's an old manor house down there and things. So we went there for a day with the kids. That was quite pleasant. But yeah, it's it's just been hard work at the moment, mate. Just trying to find time for everything, and then I've had like client work that I can't show on stream that I've had to do, which has meant I've either not been able to stream or I've had to do the one like I did the other day where I showed a past stream and ran that. But yeah, having the kids at home is like really difficult to try and get my work in. And then I've got Hayley asking me to go and help her set up her classroom for a new school year, because she's done she's starting working at school again on after next week, I think it is. But when she goes in, like, it was such a last minute arrangement, them getting her to come and do it. She only agreed in like the last week of term, and they never had time to kind of get all the induction stuff done. No, you need to paint faster, mate. I need to sculpt faster as well, because I'm really behind this month. Like, so with all the stuff been going on, and like all of the commission work going on, it's been really difficult to try and get everything made. And this is this month's content that I'm doing now, and it's like nearly the end of the month, and I haven't finished enough of it. So I don't want to disappoint anybody and like let you down and not release stuff, but well, this is the thing. But when it's a new school year, you've got to start with a blank template, haven't you? I've got some client work. I don't get enough, if I'm honest. I could do with a little bit more, but I don't advertise it, so it's my own fault really. The stuff I get, I've got a couple of like regular clients who come to me for stuff. So I've been doing stuff. I did that commission for Joe, which was the Goliath Legionnaire troops. I did. But do you know what? I don't need to sculpt faster. I just need to sell more stuff. I need more people buying my stuff. Is what I need. So if you guys can all infiltrate the forums and say, do you know where you really want to go? Where you want to go? You want to go and see Dan's stuff? It's brilliant. That's what you need. Best supports on the market. Best figures around. Bar none. If you lot can go and pimp my wares for me and help me get my sales up and stuff, get the subs up. Oh, Elston, you're a legend, dude. Don't forget your affiliate code as well. I appreciate it, man. Oops. Yeah, I think to a point, I think one of the problems is I'm not making things that people want. So I've kind of got myself into this thing of doing the models for Descent into Avernus, and it's like me bloody mindedly crashing through trying to like actually finish Descent into Avernus and realising there's probably about another 4 years work there. At some point I need to kind of call it quits and actually finish it, but to be honest, I've got a Kickstarter page kind of set up where I'm going to be doing I'm going to be rebranding all my Descent into Avernus stuff for a Descent into Avernus campaign on Kickstarter. Oh, cheers, Elston. Yeah, so yeah, I don't want to talk about it. I talk about it all the time on here actually. For standard miniatures, like the ones I'm doing now, I do them at £450 a sculpt. That's on the basis that the client provides a usable design. So most clients don't, and if there's no usable design provided, Aylesbury, nice mate. You have fun, dude. We'll catch up with you later, Kev. So yes, I charge £450 for a sculpt if the client provides usable concept art. Now, usable concept art is tricky, and in a lot of cases they don't have that. And if there's no usable concept art, then the price goes up to £550. There's an extra £100 design fee added on. And the reason being is, like, if you ever try and do if somebody gives me a concept and says, and it's orthographic and it's got turnarounds and all that kind of stuff, and I can look at all the design, I haven't got to make anything up. All I've got to do is take a 2D concept and make it into a 3D product. If that's all I've got to do, then I can do that quite straightforward. But the minute I have to design stuff as well, it becomes an iterative process. And that's when things get complicated, because what happens is the clients will make changes and tweaks to the design on the fly. It's like, I'll be designing something, and then as I sculpt stuff, they'll go, "Oh, can you change this, and can you do this, and can you alter this, and I'm not keen on that weapon, can we change that and do this different, and you know, can you repose them and do this with them and whatever." And all of that becomes time. So a figure that would take me a day or two ends up taking like 3 or 4 days. And the problem is they don't always come back to you quick. So like, we have time zone differences and things like that in a lot of cases. So I've been doing stuff with some stuff with Jazza, of YouTube fame, and the stuff I've been doing with him, really unusual stuff from my normal, you know, thing. But the stuff I've been doing with Jazza, he's in Australia, and because he's in Australia, we end up with huge lag between him messaging me and me picking it up and replying. And when I reply to him, he's not always around to be able to respond back. So we end up with, like, we can end up with you know, there's a small window in a day when we're both optimally functional, where we can discuss things. And anything outside of that rolls into the next day, and you can imagine that could be a problem. And thankfully, Jazz is really good at giving me proper concept. So, you're an Aussie as well. It is, it's hard work, but yeah. So like, Jazz is really good at giving me kind of like, you know, like usable concept art, usable sketches and stuff. And it makes it viable. But then other clients are tricky. And again, I'm not knocking Joe. You know, he's on our Discord as Dreadnought. I did the Goliath troops for him. What he provided me, they were fairly sound concepts, very detailed and whatever. Turned out they were too detailed. And the amount of work involved, but because he'd done this massive, great big, kind of like Titanic armoured suit, the issue we had was actually, it wasn't to do with the design and the armour. The design was brilliant. The issue was the anatomy didn't work, and that caused just that one little thing. It caused so many issues in trying to design the armour and trying to work it that, you know, we agreed the price and everything like that. I wasn't going to recharge him for it, but retrospectively, we should have factored in more of that, more design time. But yeah, and again, the difference with what you get with me and what you get with other people is, like, for me, I mean, I'll do all your supports for you if you want them. If you want, like, the best quality supports you can possibly get, I'll do them for you. And I'll test print the models and I'll make sure that they work, and you'll just be able to kind of go, yeah, I'm happy with that. And that's not something you'll get from, you know, from most sculptors. Most of them, they're going to rely on you to tell them, give them feedback. But I make miniatures to be 3D printed, to actually be gamed with and to be painted. So with me, you know what you're getting. There we go. Yeah, me too, mate. Posing sucks, doesn't it? I hate hands. Hands for me, mate. Posing hands. It's an arsehole of a job. Do you pose first or do you pose afterwards, mate? You too, how you do? Horrible, isn't it? I really need to just make myself a library of hand poses. because it just makes life so much easier. I do it every sculpt. I bloody stand there and I complain and I moan about how much I hate doing hand poses, and every sculpt I end up doing it again and again and again, and rarely do I end up coming up with a new hand pose. Yeah, toes are bad, man. Luckily with miniatures you don't tend to have to do toes too much, or you can keep them quite simple. But this is the other problem as well with sculpting and modelling these days. Yeah, pre-posed hands is always going to be better, but I always forget to do them. See, I'll never rig, mate. Never rig. Even if I'm doing like 10 poses, I'll never rig it. Like my entire Talarian army. I mean, I'll show you what I did here. Renders, where are they? Right, so here, let me show you the King's Guard I made, right? So my King's Guard, I made a T-pose model, and we tried to rig them. So the very first versions of these, my mate Ty rigged them up for me. I had to piss around making a model low enough poly that you could get it into Blender, and try and clean up the topology on the arms and the torso and stuff like that, and the various removable parts, so that we could actually do the things, the posing. So we did this, and then I went through and I made the models. Now, so you see, I did head variants of this. We did the helmed head and I did the unhelmed. And then as I'm going through, what I did was I cut the legs off, and I cut the upper bodies off, and I used the legs and I flipped the legs, and I created different upper bodies and different lower bodies. And then with the upper bodies and the lower bodies, I made slight tweaks to them for the different weapon options. He's one of my favourites here. I did these different weapon option versions, but a lot of them use the same legs and the same upper bodies. But when I combine them, they made into this massive, great big like army of models, and they don't look they don't look copied necessarily, but they also I did a sculpting pass on each model to kind of like, make them a bit more unique and make them work better. But yeah, it was definitely one of those that is. Oh yeah, thanks for the sub as well. I only just noticed that one. Yeah, it's one of those things where it worked out quicker and more effective for me to do the several leg poses, several torso poses, and do some final tweaks and adjustments once they were combined, than it did to try and rig them and repose them each time. Because the time I spent rigging the model and getting the model optimised for rigging was kind of redundant time. So unless you're going to be animating it or whatever, I don't think it's worth actually doing the rig. This is what I'm going to end up doing my own editing, I think. It does. It entirely depends on what you want to achieve with that rig. But I say for me, just like masking and reposing, the way my kind of standard meshes are quite. I keep the arms separate so I can isolate them, and I keep like the legs separate so I can isolate them, and the feet and the hands and things like that. I don't bother separating the elbows out anymore I used to, but I don't separate the arm at the elbow. I just mask that off when I need to. Hands and stuff, it's like all individual joints and stuff. Elston, you do what in your head? Sorry, mate. I've talked about so much and like chin wagged and stuff. I'm trying to figure out where that conversation fits in, where that fits into the conversation now. Do your own editing. Yep. Now I know what you mean, mate. Lychee every time, mate. Lychee, always lychee. So I'd even recommend, if you're going to be doing a lot of stuff in there, you're going to be slicing a lot, I would also recommend paying for it and getting the pro version. It's a little bit faster. It doesn't have the ads, but in terms of actual usability, it's far better than Chitu. You get a lot of. I mean, I don't even know if Chitu does it. It's been so long since I've used Chitu Box, but one of the reasons I started using Lychee is because it does island detection for you. So you just click a button and it will go, here's all your islands, and you just throw a sport on them all. With Chitu Box, it used to be at the time when Lychee first came out that you would have to export it and use a separate program to identify the islands on the model, and then go back in and correct it in Lychee then. But yeah, all of the support functions and the it's not, mate. No, Lychee is it's a subscription thing, but you pay it's like $40 annually or something like that. But the free version's fine unless you're doing supports professionally like I do. There's certain features you won't get access to. Like one of the things I do a lot when you see me placing my supports. Oh, we've got some raiders in. Mike, how are you doing, matey? Welcome, raiders. Let me switch over and give Mr. Mike a bit of a shout out here. This is me being an old man on the computer now. How are we doing, Mike? You're finishing early today, aren't you? What have you been up to, dude? Just a mooncake, thank you for the follow. Dropping 56 today, Mike. It's very generous of you, very magnanimous. Oh no. I thought it might have been something to do with the half term, having the kids at home and stuff. Because that's been the bane of my life for the last... Thank you, Mike. Bane of my life for the last couple of weeks has been having the kids around and not being able to get any work done. So guys, let me just introduce myself, and I'm sure Mike's already done it, but I'm Dan Kelly, sculptor at Lions Tower. So I do all the fancy miniatures, obviously help Mike with his minis and all that kind of business. And yeah, I've got a massive range of miniatures you can buy on our website, thelionstower.com. Bunker, if you want to just press the discount button for us, if you can do that. And Vite Mech, thank you for the follow. Bunker, if you can chuck a discount code up, we can let people have a little peruse, a little bit of mooch, and see if they want to buy some stuff. Blood Red Skull, good morning, or good afternoon. God, it's that time already, isn't it? Who else we got? Brad, how are you doing? Brad, what are you saying there? Nice, seen your work but never actually watched your work. How long have we been doing it? Great to see somebody using skills on Twitch. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've been painting miniatures for 35 years. So I started when I was 5 years old. And then when I was about 11, I think I started doing like conversions on models and converted every single model I ever had. When I was about 17, 18, that kind of turned into doing full sculpts. Sculpting conversion parts. Yeah, no worries, Mike. You lurk around, mate, and get your internet sorted. Thank you, sir, again. So yeah, so the whole sculpting thing kind of came from a hobby background. And about 20 years ago, I started sculpting full miniatures in green stuff and Procreate and Milliput. So using polymer clays and things like that to actually make miniatures. And then back in 2010, I think the wife was getting pissed off with me bringing my toolbox to the dining table and the coffee table and stuff all the time, and leaving all my half-finished miniatures around. I moved to Zbrush back then, and then I've been 3D printing models since 2015, professionally, and sculpting my own range since about the same time, yeah. So 2015, 2016. But if you watch me sculpt, you'll see my sculpting is probably different to, like, if you watch anybody else sculpting online, my sculpting will be very different because it's very organic. I still sculpt in the same kind of way as I would have done when I was using green stuff putty. Yeah, that's it, man. It's pure love of the hobby, love of miniatures for me. So I paint miniatures as well. So like I don't show off enough of my painting work actually, but I've got a. Let me pull the screen up and I'll show you. I've just done a couple on. Better not show the TikTok ones that I better show you. Probably Instagram's probably the safer option. The TikTok ones will have the TikTok music that Instagram doesn't like. So here we go. Here's a couple of my painted minis. See, that's 35 years of painting with a couple of breaks because of girlfriends when I was younger. So we've got him. That's my Wolfgar model. Then we've got Cecil the Dark Knight from Final Fantasy IV redesigned. That's my own version of him again. And then we've got scoop forward a little bit. There we go. Ifrit with Rydia. So he's 120mm tall. He's a big old unit. Elson, did you paint your Ifrit yet, mate? Have you done him, or is he still waiting to see some action? Oh, and here's a few. These aren't mine. These aren't my painted ones, but they are my models. They're painted by Dead Miniatures. Thank you very much. So I say the painting is what goes into the sculpting, if that makes sense, because I'm sculpting as a painter. So I know I print my own models, I paint my own models, and I want to carry on doing that. And one of the reasons I sculpt models the way I do is because I'm always thinking about how I'm going to paint it. You know, am I going to use washes and dry brushes? Am I going to be doing blends and glazes and stuff like that? And obviously, if I'm doing blends and glazes, I need somewhere to actually apply them, and you know, I need the capacity to actually incorporate that into the model. And there's no point in sculpting areas where you can't physically get a brush in either, so you've got to kind of, like, you know. Molten magma, mate. Oh, do you know what? I really look forward to seeing that. That'll be epic. So yeah, so that's like a little whistle stop tour of my hobbying and my career to date and whatever. But yeah, if you like my stuff, we've got a web store. So you've got thelionstower.com. So you can go to the Lions Tower. I think Bunker threw a discount code up earlier on. You can get 25% off everything in the store. That includes like the resin models and whatever. So we don't just sell STL files, we sell resins too. So if you don't have a 3D printer yourself, you can go on there and get some stuff. And obviously 25% discount will help towards make it a bit more affordable. They're not expensive anyway though. We're averaging about £7 odd for a standard model, and we'll ship worldwide for free if you hit 75 quid's worth of orders as well. This is not a little child hiding under a skirt, by the way. This is just a placeholder base mesh for a child. So I'm doing the I've been sculpting for 2 years now, making Descent into Avernus compatible models. So using all my own designs, and the stuff I've been making is, I've done the entirety of chapter 1. So every single encounter, every single model you need for chapter 1 I've sculpted. We're in chapter 2 now. Elturel has fallen. I'm just working my way through some of the random encounters that you come across in the city. So I did these guys over the last few days. So we've got a terrified little girl being accosted by 4 cloaked ghasts. So they're part of this month's Patreon release. If you're interested in the Patreon, by the way, you can sign up for that. That's patreon.com/LTminis. Oh, there you go. It's literally popped up as I'm talking. It's like it's earwigging and knowing what I'm talking about. Patreon.com/LTminis. I think it's about £6.50 for the standard tier, and that will get you all of the month's releases. So this month's releases, we've got the 4 ghasts with the little girl. We've got a ghoul wearing rogue armour, because he used to be a ghoul. It used to be a rogue before he got turned into a ghoul. I'm doing the they're last month's mini releases. So I'm doing a mother now with a longbow and 2 toddlers, 2 little boy toddlers, and then after that we're going to be going on to a blacksmith and an incubus. So that will tick off most of the encounters that I need to get done, and then I'll add to that next month. There'll be a few more going on again. So yeah, I sculpt in a very organic fashion, so like I don't do any poly modelling. So I'll work out a primitive shape. What happened then? I'll work out a primitive shape first, make sure it's roughly the right shape for what I need, and then polish and refine it and build it up. And again, nothing's left to chance. There's no kind of like accidental marks or anything on the models. Everything's put there because it belongs there, and it'll make them nice to paint. So watching Mike's channel, you'll have seen various of my models popping up over the last year or so, I expect. And then the Moansverse ones I've done for him, the Resplendent and Poppy, and his own little dwarf avatar, Thaddeus. There you go. And Rich says they're super nice to print as well, and the supports are like butter. So yeah, I talk a lot about the sculpting. I don't really sell enough about the supports, I don't think. If you do 3D printing, you need to go onto my website. There's a few freebies you can download. So go to thelionstale.com, and there'll be a little section on there where you can go and get free stuff. And there's a bunch of free models on there, and they're all pre-supports. They're all pre-supported ones. And what I want you to do is go and download them. Don't pay anything for them, obviously. Get them for free. Chuck them on your printer and have a go. Because not only do you get to sample some cool models, but you get to experience an absolute printgasm, which is the most wonderful feeling in the world when you print something and the supports just zip off, and it's like a little excitable buzz. Oh, Brad, I've missed one of your comments here, sorry mate. What's that? You've been doing 3D for a little while, a little over 10 years, playing D&D for about half as long. You recently got into painting about 6 months ago, yeah. Yeah, so many sculpts are done by designers that can definitely sculpt, have no clue how to paint. The reality of it is, what happened was before lockdown, there was about 40 of us doing miniatures and releasing them. So if you'd gone into the 3D printing market before COVID, there wasn't many of us doing it. There was about 40 people making miniatures to varying different degrees of success. And after COVID, we went into lockdown in March, and by the April of that year, there was 180 people selling miniatures. And a lot of these guys haven't come from the hobby side of things like I have. They've come from a digital art point of view. And there's nothing wrong with that, but they're not then aware of the particulars of making miniatures. And I've likened it in the past to like a chef who doesn't eat food. You know, if you're a chef, you have to taste your food, don't you? And you have to make sure that what you're serving is good for your customers. If you don't taste the food, how do you know if you're serving up good food or not? And it's the same for 3D designers. If you don't participate in the end-to-end aspects of the hobby, you can't be certain that what you're doing is what you're making is a good product. And they look nice on screen, they look nice on renders and stuff, but you can't get the paintbrush in there. Things snap and they break because they're too thin and too fine. They're a bitch to support, or they don't print very well, or they break when you're trying to remove them off the supports. There's all sorts of issues you can have, and a lot of that is just born from not actually hobbying with them. So getting involved, anybody making miniatures, I would always advocate that they should be printing and painting as much as they can, and do your own supports as well. You learn an awful lot with supporting miniatures. There's a hell of a lot you can pick up from doing supports. I've got to move this little guy here because it just looks so wrong. It's like she's just sat on his head. Let's just get him out of the way. Sorry guys, I make myself laugh sometimes. Sometimes it's accidental, and then sometimes we. I'm sure you saw the Count Olaf in Crocs model I made. I think Mike painted him. And that just came from a joke on stream. We were talking about, I can't remember what we were talking about, but then somebody just turned around and said, "Oh, you should do him in Crocs." And I was like, do you know what? I can't even ignore that now. Let's do it. Right, so I'm going to put some folds in. So everything I'm doing here is going to be stylized. So I'm not going to be doing anything realistic. Again, it's for painting and for miniatures. So I'm going to get some creases going in. Yeah, summer holidays have been a bit disruptive for me, guys, but I'm normally streaming like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So if you ever want to drop in, and I do operate an Ask Me Anything policy as well, so nothing's off the table. I'm always happy to chat. I'm just polishing out the folds. So again, I've sculpted the folds in, but it doesn't end there because we need to just refine them and just polish them so that they paint beautifully smoothly on model. Because a good miniature shouldn't be realistic, if that makes sense. A good miniature needs a good amount of stylisation to work. How are you finding the painting, Brad? You enjoying it? go. Right, this one isn't a badass warrior. This is a mother of two toddlers who's trying to protect her sons. Or at least that's the intention of this model. So although she's going to be a badass mom, she's not all armoured up. She's not going to be, you know, an absolute hard ass. If I'm doing anything and you've got a question and you want to know what I'm doing, feel free to pipe up, by the way. Don't feel like you've got to sit there in silence and watch. Well, what kind of hair should I give this? Give them on here. Do I go for long curly hair or do I go for like tied up in a bun? And shoes wise, do I go for boots or do I go for like some kind of like pumps or maybe sandals? Anybody got any strong thoughts on it? Or want to chip in? Some of this mass at the back here. Right. Right, so I need to merge the body back down to that torso I've just sculpted. Okay, so I'm going to take the hands, get off. Actually no, I don't need to do hands at all. I'm going to move them in a minute. Oh god, chat's in. Oh, sorry guys, apparently the chat's dead on the God. Guys, I've just missed a shit ton of thing. I'm on the multi-stream chat here, and there's just nothing on it. Sorry, I've just missed. Let me catch it up here. I've just switched back to Twitch mode, and I've got everything. Then let me just go and have a look. Sorry, guys. So Riz. Clearly this was an Ask Me Anything thing. Would I rather eat a bogey-sized piece of poo or a poo-sized piece of bogey? Oh god. Poo-sized piece of bogey. Let's move on. A moth... What? Oh, moth poo. Moth poo-sized. Yeah, well, yeah, you didn't specify the actual size of it. Oh, Marvel combat wedges. Where did that come from? I missed the. I've lost context for the combat wedges. Sorry, guys. Oh, shoes. Marvel combat. But what's? Why Marvel? What, you'd rather eat a bogey-sized piece of poo, would you, mate? After like 2 kids, mate, the wiping arses and stuff doesn't really get any easier, and the smell of the poo is a bit of a stomach turner, especially with Willow. She's the right one. She loves nothing more than coming into my office and doing a poo on the potty. Like literally, she saves it up. I swear she does. She'll go all morning, come down to my office, like not gone to the toilet. She'll come down to my office, and then within 5 minutes of being in there, she's sat on the potty, stinking my office out. Oh yeah, now she's definitely going to be in like peasant shoes. She's not supposed to be a kind of a like a super mom. What the piss happened there? Ah! Right, split off. Let's save this because that's going to go disastrous, isn't it? What the chuff is that? The joys of Zbrush is what that is. Oh, come on. Close it down and open it again. No worries, Adam. I don't even know, mate. I don't know. It's just been an arse. So guys, while it's loading up, I'm just going to pop you on a BRB so I can go and grab myself a quick coffee. Because I depleted mine ages ago and my throat's running dry. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay guys, I won't be long. Don't go away, and you'll see the website on screen there. If you want to go on and have a little purchase, do feel free. It will be appreciated. I'll be back in a minute. Right guys, back in. Right. Cheers, Sparky. Right, let's see. Let's see if I can recover this. Nope, not going to work, is it? Give me a second, guys. Right then, let's get back to recovering this. Don't quite know how much I've lost. Okay. Sometimes Zbrush does something that's like real glitchy, and you know it's got a crash coming. And I think that last one just completely corrupted this file. Excuse me eating biscuits, guys. Let's get this actually looking female instead of like, I don't even know what I'd call that. Yeah, I've done quite well, only having it crash once. It didn't quite crash either because I kind of averted the crash. It just stopped working for me. Which I know it sounds like the same thing, but as a Zbrush user is, I know full well you're going to know the difference between a crash and stopping working. Yeah, that's it. It just knows, doesn't it? It's like today I'm really behind because of the kids being off of school and needing to do family things with them and things like that as well. All of those kind of bits, they've eaten into my work time this month. And then I've had to do loads of commission work as well. So that's kind of... Normally I'd pace my commission work, but this stuff literally could not wait. Like the deadline, we agreed to do the work, I agreed to do the work, and then the deadline was like, oh, we need it last week. Because it's something that's going off for mass production. And we've got to work with production deadlines and stuff. So, mate, I haven't got too much work. I haven't got enough work. This is the problem. I've got too much work needed to be done now. That's the problem. Everything's all kind of come to a head all in one go, and it's left me short on the time to actually do the stuff I need to do for this month's release. So, this is one of the sculpts for the August release. I haven't even started doing anything for September. I mean, I don't normally start September's releases until September anyway, but, you know, I wouldn't normally do the month's releases until we're in the month, but I've normally got the sculpts done early in the month at least, or earlier in the month. Yeah, always, mate. Yeah, I mean, that'd be the ideal. The problem is like I end up sculpting when I'm quiet. I'm sculpting for projects. So you know, Kickstarters and the games I'm working on and various other things like that. They all kind of come to the fore then. September's releases will be August repost August releases, Adam says. Well, do you know what? You're not entirely wrong. I do need to do the bandits with capes. I did say I was going to do them because there's a is it the Red Brand Ruffians in the Lost Mines of Pendelver campaign. I wanted to make sure there was models for them and they all have red cloaks. I thought rather than sculpting completely new bandits, I'm going to take the ones I did for the last bandits release. Just the humans though, not the dwarves and stuff. Take the humans and then give them the... what do we call it now? Just give them capes basically, yeah, just to make them fit the bill. Face is done. where are you, Hand? I've seen you loads of times. Hand. go. Let's make it look like she's pushing her kids back. Right, hair time. Actually, no, let's just do the sleeves first. Delete all the internals. Okay, so it's going to run a little crease line around there. Creases in the elbows. Having done that, let's do a little bit of a polish on now. I'm going to just dynamesh it again. Low res, polish, and there we go. Let's smooth it out nicely for me. Got a few few little creases, a few little dimples in the cloth. There we go. Just use the information that's there with the rough stuff. Is it happy accidents, Bob Ross used to call them? Right, we go. There's the mum's top done. Just adjust the skirt now. Now we have the hair. I haven't, mate. Do you think it'd be better on the hip? Bear in mind, she's not a professional archer. She's a mom who's picked up a longbow. She's proficient with the bow, but she's not a combatant. do that so that the arrows touch your arm. And I'll put a belt on. Cheers, dude. Right, boots are the last thing now, so let's just save this so I don't lose it again. Alston, you missed the boat, mate. I've literally just done it. But thank you for waking me up. How's it going, matey? There we go, Mama's done. Giant cockroach. I'm glad that's something we don't have in the UK, you know. Long day, mate. Yeah. The worst one we ever had here. It was a year or two ago, and I was sat in my office, and I heard this. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. It was really late, and I was up late work, and I got my lights on in here, which are like their daylight bulbs, and I heard this crackling noise coming from the door of my office. And I was thinking, what the hell's that? And I looked, and this thing came in, and it was flying around my office. No word of a lie. It was about the size of a bloody tennis ball. It was massive, right? And it was the most terrifying bloody thing I have absolutely ever seen as a bug, right? But when I've seen it up close, June bug, mate, also known as a cockchafer, which the name just sounds scary. To blokes at least. And let me just show you this thing, because it was a cockchafer. Yeah, this is it. Look, and it's the cutest little bug you've ever seen. It's like a little Pokemon. Look at that. Don't you think that's just like adorable? As insects go, that's adorable. That, however, flying around your room the size of a bloody tennis ball is fucking terrifying. And it just went. That's the noise its wings made. I was like, oh my god, what is that thing? It wasn't until the next day I kind of like found it and I figured out what it was, because I've seen them in the garden. I'd seen them in the garden, but with the wings closed, and I remember thinking how cute they looked, because they look like that. They look like when you see them, they look like massive acorns. I know, cockchafer. They're also called June bugs. But oh yeah, you're right. Actually, they're Maybug. Doodle bug. That's the other name there. Yeah, Maybugs. Sorry, not June bugs. You were right, mate. Yeah, man. I need to make one at some point, because that is just cute. But I was like, why is it called a cockchafer? Get away from me. They're just horrifically enormous, aren't they, mate? Is the only way to describe them. Oh shit. So there we go. Complete model for the stream today. Yeah, this thing it found its way up on top of my light. So obviously heat rises, I imagine. So like, it would have been obviously warmer on the ceiling than it is on the ground. Especially we got the ceiling's really well insulated in my office, so it's like, you know, the heat doesn't escape, so it's just going to like linger around the roof. But I was sitting there going, yeah, I'll just wait until the morning when it's a bit less busy, a bit less active, and try and get it out. Right, so I need to duplicate this now. This one's getting named to Protective Mother. I'm going to Dynamish. Oh yeah, that's right, we're talking about your cockroach, weren't we? Are they a big issue in Japan then, are they? I wouldn't have thought they'd be a concern over there, to be honest. Don't know why. Let's have a look. Ah, right, there you go. Do you know what? This is me kind of like, you know, jinxing things now. Because it's been so warm recently, we've had the windows open at night an awful lot. And I haven't had, this year, I haven't had the usual daddy longlegs and big fat moths coming in. We've had little moths and flies and things, but we haven't had any of like the big buggers that disrupt you. Yeah, I know. You think the amount of bugs we get, that'd just be a thing, wouldn't you? So what kind of big insects do you normally get in Japan then? So like, obviously we're not talking about just the cockroaches now, but like... Big ass wasps. Flying things in general, big long centipedes. I think I need to just close that. No, it's fine actually. Okay, she's ready for exporting. Hey, Rosie. Yeah, we get next door's cats. You turn around and the buggers are coming in the house. That's the mum done. Let's save. Now the toddlers are twins, which saves me a little bit of effort because you dress children the same if they're twins. So these two kids are going to be dressed identically. So I've just got to make one T-posed kid and then repose them twice. Okay. Who's looking after me, Rosie? How are you doing today anyway, mate? Couldn't if I wanted to, Adam. I'm allergic. Not a cat fan, if I'm honest. I used to be. I used to have 3 cats when I was like 15 years back. We had like 3 pet cats. Trying to dodge the work at the moment in Rose. Make this a little tubby toddler. So for the benefit of everybody who's not on YouTube at the moment, Adam's just commented, looking at the screen, that's the exact proportions of Richard Smith. How dare you, Adam? I've made Rich already. Although this is not far off the proportions I used on the model for him, I think. Well, because they're little boys, we're going to put them in shorts. Because that's what happens in... Well, I was reading something weird actually the other day. Well, I say it's a complete tangent. It's a bit of a tangent. There was an article and it was about the royals, the British royals, and they were saying that the like young boys aren't allowed to wear trousers until they're like, I want to say it's like 11 or 12 or something like that. So like you'll see the little ones at the moment. Every time you ever see them in public, you'll only ever see them wearing shorts. on any occasion they have to wear shorts until they're like 11 or 12 or something like that. Which seems crazy to me, that does. Why are we discussing Mr. Smith's lump, eh? He's not even here to defend himself. He's off for a meeting, hasn't he, I think? Oh, you bastard. Right, this is one of these things I hate when Zbrush does this. So it's just done this random weird stroke. Just gouged the legs. It's made a right mess, and then it's deleted my undo history straight afterwards. So I can't even undo it. I've now got no choice but to sculpt this out. Like, and on this surface, I'm not that bothered because it's quite a simple surface. Do you know what I mean? I haven't done anything on there really to warrant getting annoyed about. But if I'd have done like a face or something like that, and that had ended up across the face, I'd have still lost my undo history. But I'd have to carve out. I'd have to unsculpt the mess. I bloody hate that. Rosie's in the UK, mate. If I remember right, local to Sheffield, is it, Rosie? Small arms and deep pockets. Yeah, no worries, Adam. You take it easy, mate. I may be streaming tomorrow, to be honest, just to try and get the rest of this stuff done. But if you're free of an evening, I don't know what time you're retiring for bed now. You know, I know my granddad used to go to bed at about 6:30, but I don't know if you're quite in those realms just yet. As long as you're not off to bed too early, mate, then yeah, just give us a shout of an evening and let me know when you're free and chat. Thank you for your company today, matey. Always a pleasure. Ah, he's near home. My brother lives up that way. Well, Huddersfield. Alright, mate. Have a good one. Say Hull because that's where he picks you up from. Oh god, what's with undoing my delete history at the moment? Or deleting my undo history even? Paranoid about this thing crashing on me now. Hey, here is, what do you do? Yeah, do it, man. Send me the link. Let's have a look and see what you've been up to. No, it's cool. I won't joke. Ping me on a DM and all. I'll do it. So let me know when you send it through, matey. Gizmo on Facebook, how are you doing? Thanks for the like. Oh my god, it's done it again. Literally everything I'm sculpting at the moment is just killing my undo history. File's got too big or something because it's like literally capping out on me. So you guys can see this, but it literally looks like this little bar here. This should be growing with each stroke, and it just isn't. I don't know what the hell is going on with it. So this is this is one of this mum's toddlers, and every time I'm trying to do if I try and undo anything, I've got no hope because I've got no undo history. No, Control Z is not working because there's no, it only works if there's undo history there to like scan back and forwards through, and it's not storing any of it. Well, I don't use undo a lot. it's not the end of the world, but it's nice to have it once in a while as a, you know, save your ass kind of thing. I don't think so. Let me just double check and make sure my hard drive's not maxed out. I think I had loads of space last time. No, I've still got 270 gig. Oh, nice, mate. Not bad, mate, not bad. How long that'll take you? Is that a little private one, was it, or well, it's best not to. If you're doing commissions, you want to try and get them done as quick as possible, because what you don't want is all of your time being eaten up by it, and it's too easy to do as well. You know what I mean? It's too easy to kind of like spend too much time on commission work. The other thing I'll say with commission work as well, if anybody's like thinking about taking on commission work, never ever ever do it on an hourly. If you want to be rewarded for your hard work and your effort, don't give anybody an hourly rate. Yeah, that's it. You work out an approximate hourly rate for yourself, and then when you're pricing work, you think it's going to take me 10 hours to do this, so I'm going to add I'm going to multiply my hourly rate by 10 hours, and that's how you work out your pricing, isn't it? Essentially. Then if you finish sooner, then it's all good for you. Yeah, that's it. 10 hours plus 20% markup to account for buggeration. You say jokes, mate. You say jokes. The thing is, though, you know yourself, some clients can be really kind of hard work, and there's a lot of times people will price out work that they don't want to do. Yeah, you've got to. It's the only way you can work, mate. You don't want to be taking on work you don't want to do, unless it's paying you really, really well. But equally, you've got to think of reputation as well, haven't you? So if it's something that's a public commission, if it's not something you agree with, or something you think is what's the word? Like not your kind of thing. It's not your style. I'm not talking agree with it on like a moral level. I'm talking about like you you just don't want to. You don't want to kind of do the work, do that sculpt. Then yeah, you haven't really got a choice, have you, other than to just say no, if you like, or overprice it, and then if they still want you to do it, then you're quidsing. I mean, we had a similar thing with my mother-in-law's garden. So she, when my wife's granddad passed away, my mother-in-law came into a little bit of money, and she wanted to get a garden done. But the garden's not very big. She'd never done anything in there, so it was a mess. So she wanted somebody to come and do the garden for her. And it's like 5 meters by 5 meters. It's not huge, and it ended up costing £7,000, I think it was, £7,000 for that space. And that was just half paved, half turfed with a footpath. It wasn't even anything extravagant. Turd. But what we think was happening was we were getting all these people out to quote. The highest quote we had was 28,000, and that was blatantly somebody who didn't want to do the job. Cause it was, they considered it was too small or whatever. And they couldn't be bothered. Plus, they were all in demand and stuff, so it was like you were paying a demand rate. Yeah, 28 grand it was for a 5 metre by 5 metre garden. Ridiculous. In fact, it might not even be 5 metres. Could be 4. Might be 4 metres actually. Yeah, but it's really not big anyway, so it wasn't worth what they charged it for. Yeah, no worries, mate. You take it easy, man. Sleep well. Adios. Do you know what I just thought? Should I be really harsh and zombify these toddlers as well? I don't mean like for this sculpt, but I've got to do some zombies. you think people would object to toddler zombies? I think your players might have reservations about actually like taking them on in the game. Zombabies. I mean, what do you think? Do you think it'd be a contentious thing, or do you think people would be okay about it? Because you could have them in Minecraft. Do they include zombie babies in Minecraft? I know they got like fox babies and stuff, and panda babies. I've seen all of them. I don't remember seeing any zombie babies. Quick little shits. I don't know. If Minecraft can get away with it then. I think the kids are back. Yeah, I can definitely hear kids on a trampoline. Let me just mute you guys and go say hello to them. Okay, be back in a second, people.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Oh. Kids are preparing a musical show in the garden. Anybody else have kids who insist on putting shows on? There we go, guys. Absolutely super fast teddy bear right now. Oh, got me undo history back now. It must have been a memory issue because I changed one of the settings that said something about reserved memory or something like that, which I presume to mean the amount of memory that is reserved for your undo history in the file. There we go, nice quick teddy bear. Let's pop that in the component library. So. I should add, despite the pose and the talk of child zombies, this isn't a child zombie. There we go. Oh. Do you know what? I haven't thought about Halloween specials or Christmas specials. I know last year we were talking about doing the little diorama with the elves, or I'll say the Christmas elves, with a couple of like little gnomes in there going. He must be pissed. He keeps calling us elves. Got any ideas for them? Anything you'd like to see, guys, for Christmas or Halloween dioramas or minis? I'll do little zombie kids trick or treating, except they're actual zombies. Bloody hell happened here? This is me cleaning up the mesh a bit because I ballsed up earlier. What I've done is when I've done the extract, I've redynameshed with groups on before I've uniformed the groups or combined the groups. And it's left these kind of, created these weird artifacts everywhere, which I just don't want, so I'm just going to delete them. So we all know little kids love a good stick. I had my kids arguing over a bloody stick yesterday. We went into like a den building area at this National Trust place, and Jacob found a stick that was, well, there's like a little music, I say music area, he made it into a music area. It's supposed to be a mud kitchen, but he ended up getting like these like metal pots and pans that were all there, and he grabbed a couple of sticks and started drumming on them. And then Willow wanted to go, but she wanted to use the stick that Jacob was using, because God forbid he have a stick that she hasn't got. It's crazy the things kids argue over. Like there are children in the world starving and you're arguing over a stick. Crazy, man. There we go, one little kid with a stick as a weapon. Let's have these looking the same. So it looks like Mum's handy with a needle. this stick in the library as well, in case anybody else wants to use a stick. Right, so there we go, we've got the mom with the 2 male toddlers. Both of them got a little bit of a different personality going on. So we've got the one who's like obviously very scared, and the other one who's being very protective. Trying to defend his mom with a stick. Fill in there. Okay, well, there we go. All done. We've just started chucking down outside. It's nice. Wonder why the kids have gone in and gone quiet. Right guys, there we go. There is... Bloody hell, I've done 4 models on screen on stream today. Oh, give me a second guys. Kids have left the bloody shed open, just got to go and lock it. What was you going to do? The wife was already out there getting drowned. Right, let's get these rendered. So show them off on the thingy channels. So I use that render set, but then I remove the second filter, which is a sepia tone. It basically just gives you the standard render, but with a boosted contrast. I quite like the look of it. So, okay, so we're going to go and document export. Okay, and then I've got to go and get the render of this guy as well. Let's just solo him. I think that angle will do. Oh, so that's the wrong render, so let's get the wrong renderer again. So that's the original standard one. So we're going to go for this one, which is comic style Daniel Bell. Now if I do that normally, you'll see there's like the background's not quite white, it's gone kind of slightly sepia tinted. So I'll go on to render and I'll turn off filter 2, which is auto grey. It's not sepia, is it? It's just grey. Yes, Bunker, far away. Question go. What do you mean? Sorry, mate. So they've got the free files from Cults, and they're selling prints of those on their own thing. Well, thing is, just because something's distributed for free doesn't mean you've got commercial license for it. It doesn't automatically confirm. So you'd still need to check with the artist that you're okay to use them. Because I had an issue kind of way back now where like whenever an Elegoo Mars was shipped, it had a memory stick with it with the files and stuff, with all the software you needed and some drivers and things like that. But it also included something like 7 of my models, which was an agreement I had with Elegoo at the time. They weren't doing anything dodgy, but they were provided free to people to just get them started. And I had loads and loads and loads of people messaging me telling me there was loads of people selling them online. And obviously what had happened was people had bought a little bank of Elegoo Mars printers to go and do their their businesses, going to set their business up, and essentially you could always tell the ones that were not licensed because the only models they had were the 7 that came on the USB. And I had to message quite a lot of them and just say, look, you know, guys, we do offer a commercial license, but you don't automatically, even though you got the files for free, doesn't mean you're free to sell them. And I sent them like the terms of our Patreon license and things like that, and some of them signed up, some of them just took the files down. But yeah, it literally is just a case of, you know, if they're on license, on commercial license, they're on commercial license. But if you've just got them for free, you can't assume you've got commercial rights for them. But it's down to the Patreon artists or the actual artists and stuff to kind of enforce that. To be fair, so. Yeah, no, it should go for the same for anyone. So, anything you get anywhere online, I would say just never assume you've got the rights for it. Always just do a courtesy and just message the artist. Sometimes I'll just say, yeah, no worries, do it, go for it. Just credit me. You know what I mean? That tends to be the thing. Just give them credit for the art. But you're always best off just covering your own arse and just sending them a message just to say, look, you know, I'd like to sell copies of these online, physical copies, obviously, not digital. You know, do you have any issues with that? And you know, for the majority of the time, if they're giving stuff away for free online, they're not going to be complaining if you're doing them for, you know, you're making a little bit of money out of them, as long as you credit them for it. Been a busy stream today, hasn't it? Getting this dude finished and getting those 3 models done. I've gone on for about an hour and a half longer than I would normally, but I've done an awful lot in that time. Okay, let's just get these guys all decimated then. Okay, so next on my list will be a blacksmith and the incubus, so I'll be probably doing them tomorrow now. I ain't going to do any more today, I'm burning out, so I'm just going to get these files prepped and then I'll call it done. Sit back and watch. Is it somebody you know, is it? Or is it somebody... I thought you were talking hypothetically, as in like you were planning on doing it, but... It depends how much you like them, doesn't it? If you, it might be worth just a cursory heads up about it and just say, look, dude, you know the just because something's free online for personal use. Do you know what? Actually, when they're distributed free, there's normally a license attached to it. Maybe just go to Cults and I'll have a little look. Do you have an example of one of the files, and I'll just have a quick check. Just tell me the file name, and I'll have a little look. Okay, so here's the file we're looking at. Legion upgrade kits. This is like Night Lords and whatever else. So what I'm looking for here, obviously it says it's free. So here, there we go. License, non-commercial. So even though it's a free file, the license has been set by the designer. That little button there with the $sign and the strike through it means that you're not allowed to sell. You're not allowed to use it for commercial use. So you can share it and give what you call it to the sculptor, to the designer, but you're not allowed to sell it for profit. And that commercial doesn't only doesn't stop there, by the way. That extends into 3D prints. It's not just the sale of the digital files, if that makes sense. For clear and obvious reason, I think, because they're blatant GW rip-offs, aren't they? So that somebody's going to get in trouble if they're selling these things. I mean, that one, the Blackstone Fortress Sniper Elf, that's like a carbon copy almost of the actual elf from the game, isn't it? Well, not quite. Tell you what, it's not far off though. That is bloody pretty close. Almost exactly, actually. I've got the model here in front of me. I see somebody getting shut down. Doing them for free is one thing, selling them, that's when you get in trouble. Yeah, I think if they hadn't put the no sale terms on there, I think they'd potentially get in trouble if somebody's caught selling them. Right, do you think this is enough for a month's release then? So we've got the Ghasts, the Ghoul, and the Protective Mother and the Sons. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 models this month. Is that enough, or do I need to do the Blacksmith and the Incubus as well and take us up to 11? I mean, I'm looking at them here on my Patreon update as I'm posting them up. It's quite a lot for 650 in it. Okay, groovy. Okay, so hopefully you'd enjoy these and have some use for them in your games, and if you're going to use them right, what are the rest of the encounters I need to do? Let me just find them. Right, so remaining. Okay, so next month I'll be doing the Blacksmith and the Incubus, the 3 good Shield Dwarf Commoners, a group of Vroks. Now the Vrok, from my understanding, is a little bit like the kind of the vulture-like monster things in Dark Crystal. So they're demons or devils. Are they demons or devils? I don't know actually. Let me have a little look. There you go, so this is what they should be. Like that. Something along those lines. A little bit Keeper of Secrets, I think. Yeah, not Keeper of Secrets, what's it called? Lord of Change. But without all the gear. Yeah, like big creepy vulture monsters. So I'm going to do a little group of them. Now, here's one for you all. The campaign requires one of them. But it's my understanding that they're generally used in groups of up to about 8. So has anybody ever used a Vrock in their campaigns? And do you think it's I'm not going to do 8. It's basically a toss up whether I do 1 or I do 5. 1 is what's needed, but if I'm making one, I might as well do reposes and do 5, so we've got a little group of them. I mean, honestly, reading what they do, they sound bloody hard. Can't remember what it was about them now. I remember sitting in a hospital waiting room with Hayley when she was waiting for an appointment, and I was reading about them, like trying to get into my head what they were, so I could do them. Oh, this is it. It's a telekinesis. They've got telekinesis. They do a screech. The screech, if I remember, is one of their real nasty attacks. No, it was the dance of ruin. That was it. Dance of ruin absolutely sounds absolutely vicious. I need to double check and see what that actually is now. Right, so they've got looks like Dance of Ruin's gone now. Or maybe they've removed Dance of Ruin in the current version. So if I'm going to do a Vrock, I need to do dretches as well, so there needs to be like 8 dretches. I'll do one Vrock. Because basically, according to the rules for a Vrock, they have a 30% chance of summoning 2d4 dretches. Oh no, sorry, this is summon demon. I'm gonna check this Vrock Dance of Ruin. What did it do? The Dance of Ruin was... They can dance and chant as a full round action, and at the end of 3 rounds, a crackling wave of energy explodes from the Vrock, dealing 5d6 points of electricity damage to all creatures within 100 feet. Each additional Vrock that joins the dance, the damage increases by 5d6, and the DC, to avoid the effect, increases by a +1 to a maximum of 20d6 when 4 or more Vrocks are dancing. The dance immediately ends and must be started anew if any of the Vrocks are slain, stunned, or otherwise prevented from dancing. So, like, that doesn't appear to be there in the current version. But it just sounds to me like 20d6 damage because of 4 little dancing demons. Sounds pretty hardcore. So... You've basically got 3 rounds to kind of stop them. and the difficulty is these things rock up in like groups of 8 or so usually. So right, so I'll just put 1 in there as a commitment. I'll commit to doing 1. I may do 5. So 1 blacksmith, 1 incubus, 3 shield dwarf commoners, 1 brot, 6 zombies. And do I commit to anything else? Yeah, 5 is normal for squads, but this one appears in isolation in the campaign. So far as I've read ahead, I've not seen any more. Let's see what else I need. So, right, we've got Belazu's done it, blacksmith to do, incubus to do, shield dwarf commoners to do, 4 ghasts and a little girl done, ghoul in studded leather armour done. The problem is if I have to do 8 of them, it might take too much time, and there's not 8 of them in the campaign. So if I'm sculpting for the campaign, I need 1 of them. But I've never used them. I've never used them myself, so I don't really know anything about them. When I read up about them, it's suggested that they appear in groups of about 8. But then this dance that they do seems to be running for groups of 4. So technically, campaign is what I'm addressing. So I'm gonna say 1 for definite. Definitely get 1 done. But then once I've made the 1, it's going to be fairly easy to do some reposes and reworkings on the remaining ones, because there's no weapons or anything on them. They're just, they're unarmed demons. They use claws and beaks and stuff, and their talons and stuff. So they're going to be pretty vicious. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. There's an imp and a halfling I might put in there next month. Yeah, let's put an imp and a halfling in. An imp with a scroll and a halfling baker. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Bunker. As long as I've got 1 and I save it as a base mesh before I pose it, I can always come back and make more from that one. If they occur in that kind of quantity. Like zombies, I've done 6 zombies so far. For this section now, we're going to need 12 zombies. But I'm not going to make 12 zombies because I've already got 6 zombies. So what I'll do is I'll make another 6 zombies. And that way, at least, I've got the we've got the 12 using the ones that already exist. Right, so we've got a halfling baker. Oh my god, then he's got his wife and 3 kids. Bloody hell. More kids. Doesn't specify anything about the kids, so the Narzugon we've done. Charred corpse holding a sword. Could do that one now. Yeah, we'll do that one. In fact, do you know, I might do that for this month. It's quite an easy one, isn't it? Zombie horde. How many? 12 zombies again. Oh, that is the 12 zombies, sorry. And then bearded devils and spine devils, we've got them already, I don't need to do them again. Oh, that's it, that's the encounters. Okay, so that's what I'm going to commit to then. So I'm going to commit to a blacksmith and incubus, 3 shield dwarf commoners, 1 drock, an imp with a scroll, and a halfling baker with his wife and 3 children, and then 6 zombies. So basically, once we got the blacksmith done, some shield dwarf commoners, the baker, and yeah, it's a good start of an actual civilian collection as well, isn't it? So I need to do some more civilians at some point. So that might be worth kind of looking at. Is that decimated yet? No. Now it is. Okay, let's get the ruler on. Get that exported. Okay, let's save this file. What's going on? Tribes. No, it's not. It's my public. Hey, Blue, how you doing, mate? Hope you're doing well, dude. How's things, anyway? Happy Tuesday? You're messing with my head. Is it Tuesday? God, it is Tuesday. Oh my god, I thought it was Thursday for some reason. I see me losing my marbles, mate. Sorry. You're absolutely batshit crazy. Oh, nice. Hawaii. Very nice, mate. Very nice. Oops. Let's hide that. Let's delete that. And then need one more ghast. Where is he? There he is. Let's bring him down here. This is a separate mini, separate set. Bring them over here. Yeah, I bet, man. I can't even do it anymore. I can't switch off like that. I'm constantly in kind of like work mode, and even if I try to, I end up kind of, oh god, that's. I'm largely unsuccessful when I try. And Hawaii sounds nice. Are all the fires and stuff done over there now? All the wildfire issues? Hoping that's all kind of played out and wrapped up. I haven't heard about it for a while. What are you working on at the moment, mate, anyway? I don't know anything about that bunker. Haven't even heard about that one. Is that the theory behind it? Is it? Space lasers? What, space lasers set it on fire? Sounds rather crazy. Well, that's how you frequent the place then. Yeah, a lot of them around at the bunker. What's that, mate? Oh, there's still a way to go to build it back. It wasn't anything to do with volcanoes, was it? It was just the heat and dryness and stuff, or space lasers. As Bunker says. Down power lines, is it? Okay. Right, that is me done, guys. I'm going to get these exported. Oh, I've got them exported. I'm just going to save the changes there. I'm going to load them off into what do we call it? Netfab. Run the files through Netfab, and I'll get these buggers on the supports and get them test printed, so I can start getting them rolled out. Okay, so Netfab. Again, if you've never used it, you definitely should. Anything you make and submit to for the public should absolutely include a Netfab fix. They're Descent into Avernus, mate. I've been doing the models for Descent into Avernus for about 2 years or so now, and I've literally done the entirety of the first chapter, and then we're on to chapter 2 of the campaign now, and there's some random encounters that are featured. So we have this one here, which is a protective mother and 2 twin boys. We've got a group of ghouls led by a ghoulish leader wearing rogue armour. So I already done. Get my words out. I've already done a group of ghouls, so I'm not going to make another set of ghouls, but I have done the leader, so you can throw them in. And then we've got the 4 ghasts with cloaks and a scared little girl. So I need to separate them out, and I'm not going to sell them as a bundle. The ghasts are going to go in pairs, so there'll be 2 ghasts and 2 ghasts, then there'll be the scared little girl as an extra. But obviously, as an encounter, what's required is the 4 ghasts and the little girl. So you can see there's the little girl, and there's the 4 ghasts. Creepy as hell. So it's gonna. They should have been auto fixed as we go through. Oh no, they haven't. Bastard. Okay, let's cancel that. Let's delete them. think the last time I put something in there, I didn't use the repair function. Yeah, auto repair part every time you put them in. It just saves you so much time. So we're going to add parts there. Protective mother and toddlers, we'll drop them in too. No, do you know, I don't. But what I have started to prepare, I've got a Kickstarter page primed, which is going to be for Descent into Avernus Chapter 1. So I'm going to get all of the stuff I've done for Chapter 1 and I'm mapping it to the encounters. So if you look at the map in the Descent into Avernus campaign book, you'll see an area like, say, the Dungeons of the Dead 3. And every area in there is marked up with a number, so it'll be like D1 or D5 or D7 or whatever it is. And for area D7, you need models X, Y, and Z. So I'm going to do that as a comparison. Now the problem is, the stuff that I've sculpted, if I need 8 models or 10 models, I've sculpted 8 unique models or 10 unique models. Which means that the actual number of models for the entire, and it's 2 years worth of like monthly releases, so it's a lot of stuff. I don't want to include it all for 30 quid. This is the difficulty. So I'm having a little bit of a internal turmoil over what to actually include in the Kickstarter. Because I know I can put a lot of stuff in there as, you know, I can include all of the sets as paid add-ons, but obviously people are going to want something with the files, and I don't know what to include. I don't know what to actually physically put in there for people. I mean, I ummed and ahed about doing, like, you get named NPCs and just have the named NPCs in there. And then I thought about throwing named NPCs and then also giving, like, additional, a higher level tier. Like, you know, if you need 5 ghouls, I'll give you 1 ghoul model that you can print over and over again. Or you can have the premium one where you've got everything thrown in, but that's going to be expensive. I don't know if people will go for it. The problem is Chapter 1's massive. Like Chapter 1, you've got the hook where we've got Captain Z and his mercenary company, so we start off immediately with 7 models. Then we go into the tavern, the Elfsong Tavern, and there's dozens of models there, plus a pirate encounter, plus a couple of key NPCs that you need. Then we go into just, you're in Baldur's Gate generally, but you've got like the bathhouse, you've got the Van Famper Villa, you've got the Lowlight Tavern. We've got so many different areas in this thing. I've not seen a custom play Kickstarter. What kind of money are they asking for? I should have a look at it really as a benchmark, shouldn't I? So yeah, so there's an awful lot of stuff that's going to be required in there. It's a crazy amount of work. And what I don't want to do is, like, it seems to be the expectation for people is that they want to spend 30 quid on a Kickstarter, which 30 quid's too cheap, isn't it? You know, I can't give away a lot of stuff for 30 quid. check. I got $120 for an all-in. 1,638 backers is promising, isn't it? So that's a decent number of. And then they're upselling various different things, which again is what I would potentially be doing. Although the all-in will obviously include all of that, right? Yeah, I mean, obviously the plan will be that I will do yeah, I'll have to definitely ponder that. I think I could probably. I mean, if I reduced, I need to work out what everything's worth individually. In fact, I can do that quite quickly. Oh, yeah. So let's take the. I need to check what's actually in there, but. Right, so $99 for all options. Right, stuff that I definitely know is in there. Um, I've got a spread so far through my list, man. This is shocking. It's like my admin sucks, man. Michael, if you want to throw a few minis in the ring, I'm more than happy to do a little bit of cross promo and whatnot. I love your sculpts, and I'm very, very happy to help you promote them. Jesus Christ! Right, so, dude, so right, so the very first section of this, and this is missing a load of stuff. So this isn't including any of the terrain bits I've done or whatever else. If you would, oh, actually, there it is. There's the terrain bits, and the extra character, and my zombies, and the bloated corpse. Shit, man. Right, so there's 256 quid's worth of stuff. £256 worth of miniature releases at RRP. Now I can reasonably give them a 50% discount, I think. Bring that down to like 125. It might be possible. Still quite a lot though, isn't it? You know what I mean? Hey, welcome to the server, Michael. Yeah, 256 quid's worth of stuff in there, man. And that's not actually including the first tavern and the pirate encounter, because I haven't included them in there. Well, the Infernals, they'll be part of the second one, because basically the way the campaign runs, the first, I don't know if you've seen Descent into Avernus, but Chapter 1 of Descent into Avernus is literally all of the stuff that happens in Baldur's Gate before they move on. And then it's called Tale of Two Cities, and basically they have to move from Baldur's Gate into Elturel. And then Chapter 2 is when Elturel starts, and they arrive there, and that's when you're greeted with all of like the devils and the demons and stuff like that. So my plan is I'll do Chapter 1 first. I'm still working through Chapter 2 at the moment. I'm not far off finished Chapter 2. Probably another couple of months and I'll have Chapter 2 finished. So hopefully what I'd like to do is get the Chapter 1 running out of the way and then look to get Chapter 2 geared up for like a release early next year, so like maybe January, February kind of time. And then once Chapter 2 is out of the way, I'll be obviously sculpting my way through Chapter 3 then. And I think Chapter 3 is the hardcore one. So when we get to Chapter 3, we've got all sorts of crazy stuff in there. Let's see what's Chapter 3. Yeah, Chapter 3 is full on Avernus. So Right, so chapter 3 we get we're going to Fort Knucklebone. So we get Mad Maggie and the Kenku scavengers, which will be an interesting one. Then we're starting to I think we're going to start encountering actual like big demons. So we've got a pit fiend in there already. So let's see. I'm trying to see, man. It looks like it's really. Like not a lot seems to be happening. Yeah, I should have a look at the Baldur's Gate characters actually, and do a couple of versions of them as bonus characters. I think if I'm going to do the Baldur's Gate part of it, so definitely got to throw in a bit of Minsk and Boo. Jazeera, no, not Jazeera. What's the name? The Druid woman. There we go. Got some red caps. We've got Mad Maggie and a Flesh Golem. We've got. I think we start getting into infernal war engines in this bit as well, which will be like demon grinders and stuff, which is going to be a bit of a hardcore one. Right, let's get this wrapped up anyway. So I need to get in the house because it's nearly 6 o'clock and I haven't seen the kids. So got a lot done. It's been worth it. I'll leave that. That's 3 triangles. That's fine. So this process, you should run everything through this process before you submit them out for public use. No worries, mate. You rocked up as I was about to log off, and then I didn't want to kind of just leave and not speak to you, so it's all good though. You're always welcome, matey. Yeah, Michael, anytime you want to do like a collab or anything, I'm always up for that. Always happy to participate. And likewise with your stuff as well. If you're doing anything online, any kind of campaigns and stuff, and you want me to contribute with you, just let me know. That's fine, guys. If you're going to be using these in your campaigns, you better bloody save all these kids. I haven't sculpted them for you to let them die. She's needing a bit of a touch up. Perfect. Right, there we go. Right then guys, I am going to raid you guys out to Zambies, I think. So check out her work, give her a bit of a follow as well. And I should be back tomorrow with some more sculpting. So hopefully people will be able to get a bit more done. Might even do a little bit of bonus sculpting tomorrow and do a bit of Minsk or something like that, ready for this campaign. So, guys, you've been all a pleasure. You've kept me very, you've been very good company today, and I appreciate that. And now it's time for me to give some company to my wife and kids, and I will catch up with you later. So I'll see you tomorrow, people. Adios, and Michael, if I don't speak to you before, have a fantastic holiday. Bonkat, you take it easy, mate. And yeah, catch you later, taters. Adios.